Greetings from Paranormal M, where we explore the world beyond our understanding. Don't forget to hit subscribe and turn on notifications for more intriguing stories. We hope you have a thrilling time. Weird thing that happened in 2015. I have this weird thing that happened in 2015. I still to this day can't fully figure it out. I was sleeping, and in my dream I was watching myself sleep clear as day. Not so odd, right? Like I've heard about that happening before. Now the next part of the story is what is truly odd. The next morning when I woke up, my mom had mentioned to me that she went to the bathroom, that she was watching TV. My bedroom door was open that night. She said that she'd seen a shadow standing over me, like it was watching me sleep. She thought it was odd, but went to the bathroom and back to watching TV. I then told her what I was dreaming about. She was shocked, and we both still can't fully figure it out. What do you all think? Was it me, as in my spirit, or could it have been something else like a ghost or some sort? We've had many run-ins with ghosts in this house. This house was built in the early 1800s. We've lived here for about 25 years now. Had many odd, weird run-ins with ghosts, and I've used a ghost box and some weird stuff and, well, direct answers to questions that 5 or 6 people all heard at the same time. My apartment is haunted. So I moved in here 2 years ago on Halloween. I know this sounds really fake right now, but I swear to you, this is all real. I honestly would love some opinions on what you think is here. I'm going to quickly go through the things that have happened. But please, if you want more details, ask me. I just need to go back to bed for work right now, and I don't have much time or energy. And please note, I live alone with my cat. There used to be a smallest shower curtain rod in my shower. It's a glass shower and doesn't really need one, but my land people put it in there. One of the first nights after I moved in, that rod had been pulled up and off the shower. Hard to explain without pictures, but you'd have needed to push up on the rod for it to have come off. My cat was shut in the closet overnight. Random things will be out of place or moved just slightly. This has only happened a handful of times. However, last night at around 1:30 a.m., I woke up to a loud noise in my room. I thought my shelf of nail polishes fell or something because it's happened and it's loud. I don't really think that's paranormal. However, when I turned on the light, I discovered a small square table I've pushed out from against the wall was literally always where I have it. My cat hates my office. Anytime I'm in there, he'll come in, no matter what he's doing, and just sit and stare at me. He'll stare and meow until I have to leave, and then go back to sleep somewhere. My upstairs neighbors used to live here. Said that their daughter, whose bedroom was where my office is now, always hated sleeping in a room. One time I swear I hadn't touched the stove. It was the first thing in the morning, and I have a smoothie for breakfast every day and don't usually use the stove until like dinner time. But I was sitting watching TV and started smelling gas. Went to the stove and one of the burners was turned just enough that the gas was leaking. So, let me also say I've actually never felt threatened by whoever or whatever's living here. And for free, like if you're gonna move my stuff around, at least pay rent, my dude. Except for the time with the stove. I was scared mostly because that happened when I wasn't home. My cat probably still wouldn't be here with me. However, I have noticed that the most activity happens when I'm going through something difficult emotionally. Wondering if this is actually technically poltergeist activity. The first few months I moved in and I had a bunch of experiences. I was really stressed just having to move and needing to find a job and new place, new city, new everything. The time with the stove, I was feeling very depressed, pretty suicidal. Last night with the table in my room being pushed right now, I'm dealing with childhood trauma stuff in therapy, and it is no fun. Honestly, never dealt with it until now, but generally there's a lot of negative emotions I'm working through. One of my many stories. My great-grandmother. A little background. Growing up in my parents' house, we had the largest cemetery in town directly behind our house. To give a picture, there was my house with a 6-foot wooden fence and then a big bunch of pine trees. That was cemetery land. The area that the cemetery vaults were retained, and then the cemetery itself. The man who originally built the house had put in a gate in the back of the fence because his business was abutted to the cemetery property. But when he and his wife divorced, he sold the house, but there were 2 paths that led from that gate. One to his business and one to the cemetery itself. In this cemetery, there's over 3,000 graves. Most of them the flat plaques, very uniform and neat, with few headstones. Couple mausoleums, and a few private burial sites that require a key. Also, several of my family members are buried there. My great-grandparents, great-uncles, aunts, uncles, and cousins. This is about my great-grandma, who died of a broken heart, 6 months after my great-grandfather died. She would be at her house all the time after he passed, her father and mother diligently taking care of her. She was in her 80s and didn't realize what a treasure she was at the time since I was in 5th grade. She would often take naps in my room, meaning that I'd have to give up my privacy and hang out with my family when my introverted self wanted to be alone. Then one day my mom was in the kitchen crying. It was because great-grandma had been in the hospital. I didn't really know it was serious. She had died of a heart attack, but really it was a broken heart. She'd never been that ill, but her health took a turn for the worse. That was when she lost her mate. The other thing about my great-grandmother was she was a stickler for cleaning up. She took pride in the house being clean. After she passed, I guess she decided that she liked her house the best. My mom always had a cup of tea in the morning and afternoon. She'd put the mug that she used in the morning near the stove so she could reuse it in the afternoon. We'd all of a sudden start finding it near the sink with water in it. Also, beds that were unmade would be made, especially mine. Since great-grandma would nap in my bed, I never heard the tap of the sink go off, but I did often hear the clink of the mug hitting the counter. There was only ever one mug broken, and this phenomenon was still going on. Not as much until my parents' house was decimated by a tornado. The house being rebuilt on the same property, though. We hope that great-grandmother's ghost hasn't been too disturbed. My brother and I were punished by duende. This is a story from when my brother and I were kids visiting the Philippines where our parents come from. We were in elementary school, and at the time, so was that memory. This area is very country with rice fields and such. There were rarely any buildings higher than 1 story. The street the family home was on was dirt and unnamed. Our older cousins made my brother and I made us both some slingshots. Loved that thing. It was made from the branches of some tree and elastic bands from a vulcanizing shop. After terrorizing the local animals, I got in trouble, so I found this big discarded metal vegetable oil can for target practice. I set up the oil can on top of a small table. I put it in front of this bamboo clump. It made a nice loud metallic clunk noise. So we had a blast until some older cousins come along. They said that we probably shouldn't be shooting there because of duende living in that bamboo clump. Being a little know-it-all city punk, I decided to ignore them. Besides, I was having fun. My little brother, of course, decided to follow my lead. Nothing happens until the following morning. My memory is also a little bit spotty, and you'll soon understand why. I wake up with a really bad fever. I remember profusely sweating and having a pounding headache. I felt so weak I had a hard time moving unassisted. Couldn't even sit up. I remember my shirt being changed frequently. I was sweating so bad. I remember old women crowding to the room and praying over me. I remember candles with the Virgin Mary being lit. I remember being hit with big leaves. It might be malunge, like moringa leaves. I remember being made to drink this dark reddish aromatic tea. I remember being carried to the bathroom to bathe in the same dark reddish aromatic tea. Then I remember one morning feeling absolutely fine. It was as if nothing happened. I don't know how long I was sick for. It may have been days, it may have just been 24 hours, one and done. I don't even remember. As for my brother, he didn't really get sick, but one of his eyes got severely swollen. It was like he was smuggling a cue ball behind that thing. He said it didn't hurt when I asked him. His vision wasn't impaired, but boy did that thing get huge. No one knew what to make of it, kind of freaking out until Grandpa came to the rescue. He came with a small vial of rose oil that he put on top of the swollen area. The following morning, it was completely gone. My grandpa said that he went to the bamboo clump with the rose oil and asked the duende for forgiveness for his dumbass grandsons. He prayed there for hours until he felt like something happened. And that's when he came back with the rose oil. At least that's what people said when I was asking when I got older, but they always said my brother's eye got swollen because he accidentally hit the duende in the eye while we were doing our target practice. Even though this happened decades ago and that bamboo clump no longer exists, I still treat that area with reverence and respect. I'll greet let's just say I do my farewells to the duende every time I pass through there. You never know. Strange experience about frozen time. It was the summer of 2021. I, a 22-year-old female at the time, was sleeping, but I felt the urge to go to the bathroom, so I got up. I remember checking the time on my phone, and it was 7:43 a.m. Went to the bathroom, which is next door to my bedroom. Asked my mom, who was in there doing the laundry, to exit the bathroom, doing my business, seeing a cockroach. I exited the bathroom, telling my mom about the cockroach, and then I went back to bed. I want to say I suffer from a lot of sleep problems. I usually feel very sleepy during the morning, but not that time. I was feeling restless and energetic, but I was forcing myself to calm down and fall back asleep. Obviously, I had trouble falling back asleep, but since I suffer from insomnia, I have some methods I can use. So when I noticed they weren't working, I checked the time again. Since I know that if I ever go over a 15-minute mark, I won't sleep for a while. And surprise, surprise, it was still 7:43 a.m., down to the dot. That freaked me out, but I tried to stay calm. I checked the time on Google to see if my phone was having a glitch or something. It gave me the same result. I think that at least 10 minutes passed between my waking up and my checking the time. After forcing myself to relax, I managed to fall back asleep. Later in the morning, I asked my mom if she felt anything out of the ordinary, but she said no. She also told me that all of our house's electronics were working just fine. I don't do drugs, and never once in my life, and, well, carbon monoxide poisoning isn't a possibility. Already checked. The unoccupied apartment room. Back in university days, I lived in a small 3-bedroom apartment with 2 other roommates. My roommate was on the topmost floor of the building, and also the last room on the floor, the corner room. It's numbered 707. Our only neighbor is 706. It's been vacant for a while, so our side of the building is very quiet and sparse of people in general. There are 3 bedrooms which are joined in an upside-down L shape. One room in the middle, one room on the left of it, and another room below it. For ease of storytelling, I'll call it the middle room, the bottom room, and the left room. My room is the bottom room. To be noted, these are Japanese rooms in a Japanese building. So wood flooring, sliding doors, sliding closet inside the room, thin wood panel wall between rooms. The left room and middle room both had heavy sliding doors. Between the middle room and my bottom room, there's a hollow space that's pretty large with a closet and a sliding door as well. It's the closet where you fold and store the futon and such. If you ever watch Doraemon, it's the same closet that he sleeps in. The story happened on a summer vacation. The owner of the middle room had been away for a few days and won't be back until the new semester started. So one night, I left the room. The owner was chilling in each of our rooms, and the left room owner, we'll call her Lefty, she was supposed to leave for summer vacation in a week and has been packing. Kept hearing loud thuds and the sounds of something hitting the floor and wall. But I ignored it because I assumed she was just packing. About 2300 at night, Lefty texted me, "Yumi, are you okay? You sick?" I was so confused. Lefty continued, "I kept hearing somebody sneezing and coughing. Isn't that you?" I said, "No, I've been quiet this entire time. Isn't it you who's been moving around and packing boxes?" Lefty said, "What? I haven't been packing anything at all today. I've been on my bed playing with my phone the entire time." Immediately I put down the headset and laptop and just sat straight on my bed looking at the text on my phone. I was feeling somewhat disturbed. About 5 minutes later, Lefty came into my room and we both sat together confirming with each other what we just heard, and she heard somebody sniffling and sneezing. I heard thuds and sounds of something on the floor, like the sound of boxes or something pushed against the floor. So we sat in silence in my room. The sound came again. Thud and knocks. Looking at each other, we figured it out. She thought the sound came from me, I thought it came from her. But in between our 2 rooms, the common space, the unoccupied middle room, there was knocking, thud, the sounds of boxes moving, and there was a sound of footsteps for sure. It sounded like a very active person inside the room the entire night. Neither of us wanted to go check, so we tried to ignore it and just slept through it. Fast forward to morning. Lefty is an early riser. I don't really wake up until 9 or 10. My bed's on the right side of the door, but I sleep facing the door. I just woke up and I heard loud footsteps from outside my room like somebody was running. I saw a short shadow passing through the cracks of my slightly open door. It took my sleepy brain for a while to process this. Like running footstep sounds is very common because my room's beside the front door. So every school day my roommates would make this commotion outside my door when they're going out of the house. However, the first thing I finally noticed, this is summer vacation who'd be running in a rush like this in the hallway. And the second thing, that shadow looked too short to be my roommate. It's the height of a child. And third, I can see the shadow through the cracks in my slightly open door. Who opened my door? I don't sleep with my door opened. Feeling scared, I immediately texted Lefty. I asked where she was. She said that she left the house at 7:30 a.m. because it's Sunday, church, and, well, she's about to go get lunch. She didn't open my door nor touch my room, and it was closed when she left. I immediately got up and ran out of the house to meet Lefty and told her about this morning. We decided to drag another friend and asked him to help us check our apartment and see if there's anyone or something. The 3 of us walked into the apartment and toward the middle room. We noticed something weird. The door was slightly opened. It was a sliding door and quite heavy. There's no way it can open by itself. And we confirmed that neither me nor Lefty had touched that door since the owner left last week. It was always closed. Our friend opened the room and we just immediately felt chills. He asked where we heard the sound coming from and said that my room had sounded like it came from very close, like right on the wall connecting between my bottom room and this middle room. That's when we realized the wall connected between my room and this middle room, where we heard all the activities. It was inside the closet. think I crossed paths with a Skinwalker. I live in Puyallup tribal land. I've heard of Wendigos and Skinwalkers. I was on my way home in an area where sometimes the unhoused hang out. So when I saw this thing crossing the road, my brain tried to rationalize it as an unhoused person behaving and looking really weirdly. I'm just gonna change unhoused to homeless, because that's frustrating to me. A few seconds later, my eyes caught up to my brain, and I knew it wasn't just a homeless person. The details of what it looked like are too strange. It jumped on the road ahead, probably 10 yards or so in front of me, began running from my left to my right. It was running from the sidewalk of a parking lot to the front of a local DSHS building. That's where, had it been a person, and at the speed I was going, I would have been able to see them on my right. It was hunched about the size of an Irish wolfhound or slightly bigger. It looked to be running either on all four limbs or so hunched that its long arms almost touched the road. It wore a cape, or at least a long coat which covered its body except for the hands, which were long and spindly. This cape thing was light brown, almost looked like it was made out of fur. The worst part was the head. I saw that super clearly. It was a big head with a long snout, kind of like the aforementioned wolfhound, with shaggy brown hair dangling down one side. I could clearly see a long mouth, like long, slightly open. I could see teeth. I saw its eye. It was shiny, almost reflective and orangish. Ran fast, dangled its arms, and as I drove by, I slowed down to look. But nothing was there. I have a dash cam, so I thought for sure I could check it. The quality's crap because my glass is dirty, but you can see me slow down. I tried to crop those 2 minutes to get a clear view. This is a very bright car light coming towards me on the opposite side of the road that would have for sure been blocked by a person or the animal running across it. So I'm over here trying to email it to myself and it won't send. Trying to save it and it won't save. I get home and I'm telling my husband, who's never seen one or a rendition of one, so I Google it, and the first image I see is the one I've attached to this post. I was flabbergasted. It's literally what I saw, minus the jewelry, spear, and feathers. Plus the arms were long and the hands were creepy as fuck. What the hell did happen 4 years ago? I've never told about this to anybody. That's because I don't believe in the paranormal. I always thought this was bullshit, and honestly, I still don't believe. But since this event, I still don't really understand if it was real or my mind projected something weird for a few minutes. This situation happened 4 years ago. It was January. I was alone in my apartment in the summer, but my parents would come for a visit in a few hours. It was too hot, and almost every night I had a great idea of taking a cold shower. Since there was nobody, I didn't close the door of the bathroom, but the shower glass door was closed all the time. While I was taking a shower, I saw something walk in front of me outside the bathroom. This thing went to the left and to the right 4 times. First time I thought this could be my imagination, but the second time the figure passed through the bathroom. Turned off the shower and yelled, "Anybody here?" I thought it was my parents, but nobody answered. Figure made the same trajectory, right, left, right, left. The 4th figure stopped outside the bathroom and it was looking at me for 10 or 15 seconds. Then the figure went to the left and opened the door. I yelled again, but nobody answered. Got out of the bathroom and walked to each part of the apartment. No one was at the home, only me. Sometimes the situation gives me the shivers. Three messengers from God. About 2 years ago, I fled a house I was assaulted in. I took my savings and drove up and down the majority of the East Coast. I went south to Florida. As I started working my way back up, I started wondering if I should head west. I've always wanted to go west. In Washington, D.C., I was outside the Walmart. A woman passed me and several minutes came back to ask me if I believed in Jesus. She said the spirit had told me to come back to talk to me, to tell me that I needed to turn around. I thanked her for her message later that night, and I was heading north again. Laurel, Maryland, a man approached me, told me that I was going the wrong way, that I needed to turn around. He said very little else. Waterville, Maine, a man approached me to ask for a lighter. We smoked in silence side by side a few moments before he spoke. He said, "I'm God's third messenger. God says you're going the wrong way. If you don't turn around, you will die." I didn't continue further north or head west. I went back to a town I knew I had plenty of resources, got a job, and saved just enough money to repair a series of car issues as they happened. It's been some time since these three strangers all approached me with similar messages, but the last one sends tingles down my spine still. I feel kind of like a crazy person for asking this, but it doesn't feel like these things are a coincidence. What exactly did I experience? The Faceless Man. Think about this a couple of times a year. I've looked it up but never found anything similar. This happened a few years ago. One night my now wife and I were driving back from Sonic. We lived in a very, very small town in West Texas. It's raining, but not heavily. Puddles on the ground, wet enough that it would be weird for somebody to be walking around. And on top of that, there's lots of roads with little or no lighting, so lots of the roads are mostly dark at night. We were driving down one such road when this happened. As my wife and I were driving, I looked to my right and I saw what I can only describe to be a faceless man. Not deformed, but faceless. His face was white, or really all of them looked white. He looked almost like a blur. His arms seemed impossibly long, almost down to the ground, or moving in just unnatural ways. The arms are swinging back and forth aimlessly, but also very fast. Best I can describe this man's movements is that he looked like he was glitching. We weren't moving fast, probably 25 miles an hour, but we were in a residential area and I looked at him as long enough as I could, and I had time to wonder what I was looking at before he went out of my view. For a second, I even wondered if something was using a weed whacker doing yard work, but it was 9 o'clock and raining. I said nothing to my wife, assuming my eyes had just played tricks on me, and it was dark, and maybe the rain blurred the window. I don't know. A couple of hours later, my wife asked me if I noticed the man on the side of the road that had no face. Still the creepiest thing that's ever happened to me. Anybody know what this might be called, or anybody who's experienced a similar experience? Saved by my mother? Or was it all just a coincidence and self-inflicted scratches in my sleep? It's 4 a.m. and I can't sleep. It's because this is clogging up my mind and my boyfriend isn't home to talk about it and he's at work. I'd recently made this account to lurk on these kinds of channels out of the interest of, But I am a skeptic. I don't believe in God, or the afterlife, or ghosts, or anything else paranormal. But a couple of months ago I had an experience that's rattled my usual mantra of, there's always a logical explanation, and it's had me questioning my lifelong perception. I had gone on a camping trip with my partner. We were sleeping in a tent close to a riverbank following a day of fishing. There was a little rain about, but nothing to worry us. There was no reception there to check weather, but that's kind of what we'd gone to this particular area for. Just us getting away for a week alone. I was dreaming, and my mother, who's passed away, appeared out of nowhere and grabbed me in quite a panic. "Wake up and go home now!" She screamed at me and shook me quite violently. I could even feel her fingernails scratching my chest in my dream where she grabbed me in the collared shirt I was wearing. The shrill sound of her voice and the look in her eyes caused me to jolt awake in a huff. I woke my partner up in my panic and sudden movement. It was about 1 a.m. My partner asked me if it was okay because I was actually quite upset and rattled. I could feel a slight stinging pain on my chest and thinking I'd just been bitten by an ant or a spider while I was sleeping. Grabbed the lantern that we had in the tent and turned it on to see 6 fresh identical scratch marks. There was 3 on either side of my chest on my skin where I dreamt that my mother had scratched me when she grabbed me in the dream. "Where'd you get those?" my boyfriend asked me. I was more than a little bit freaked out. The scratches hadn't drawn blood, but they were quite red and quite noticeable. I had a nightmare that my mom grabbed me and screamed at me to wake up and go home. I dreamt that she scratched me there. I replied, still very confused and looking for another explanation for the scratches amongst her blankets. I don't really believe in this stuff, but my boyfriend does, and he jumped up, dragged me out of the tent, and threw our belongings in the tent back of the car as quick as he could in a jumbled mess. We drove the 3.5 hours home mid-holiday, all while I tried to convince him that it was just a bad dream and that we should go back and live out the rest of our holiday. The next afternoon, my partner practically dragged me into his office to show me his computer that the area where he'd been sleeping in our tent had been hit by a sudden rise in floodwaters. The riverbank that had been camping on for at least 3 meters underwater explained to me that the waters had apparently risen within an hour of us leaving. I've refused to talk to him about it, or admit to him that it's got me rattled and lost for explanation. But he recently talked me into visiting my mother's grave to thank her for saving our lives. We mowed the lawn and left fresh flowers. I'm hoping that sharing this experience with somebody that isn't hell-bent on getting me to admit that stuff exists will allow me to focus. Maybe even get some sleep at last. Strange occurrence in the mountains. This all happened back in 1985 and 1986, but these are things that my friend and I will never forget. I was working the summers at an old retreat in North Carolina mountains. Had about 50 other young adults. It was great fun. While the place had lots of modern buildings, it was ruled over by a hulking white building built in 1912. I think it's important to note that most of the building is just an extension of the mountain itself. It was built using the trees from right where it stands, as well as the rocks and boulders used for the foundation. It's 3 stories, but really 5, counting the basement and the attic full of bats. It was great watching them pour out of there every night. The front of the building is an enormous portico with white columns stretching up 3 stories. That porch is full of rocking chairs from which you can see a majestic view of the Smoky Mountains. But the back of that building, that's where we worked. The back of the building was hugged by 2 large wings, forming a U-shape back there. We entered our housekeeping facilities via a fire escape that stretched straight up to the 2nd floor entrance. A single green metal door. That door was one I knew well. Housekeeping was my department for 3 summers, and even though this was now just the end of my first summer, I was well acquainted with it. It was big, green, metallic, and heavy as shit, with a pull on the outside and a bar to push it on the inside to open it. It did not stay open. In fact, fire regulations required it stay closed at all times. It was engineered to shut automatically. So of course, during the summer, with no air conditioning in the building, we kept it propped open with a full bucket of water during the day. Regulations be damned. Sorry this is long, but I feel like all this information is important. A few nights before we all left, we were cleaning out our dorms, trying to turn it into a party. That was when we all ran and put our cleaning supplies. So around 9 o'clock at night, my best friend and I drive our lazy asses down to the back of the building. It was only a short distance, but there was a very steep incline that we didn't want to walk. Parked my car right in front of the stairs and we get out. At this point, we both just began to feel odd. The air was still and stuffy and I felt positively enveloped by this building. standing in the middle with those massive wings rising around us. The building was completely dark, and since we'd been shutting it down for the winter, it was already locked up tight. My friend had been with me earlier in the day when I locked that door, the one to the top of the stairs. As we climbed the stairs, I felt positively oppressed, and I had to stop. My friend did too. Told him I was scared, and he admitted the same. He'd never felt scared of this building before. I'd spent plenty of time in it alone, exploring the basement and the attic. We pressed slowly forward again, and a few steps up I literally felt an icy chill going down my spine. I know it's a stupid cliche, but I've never felt anything like it before or since. Like someone pressing an icicle down the length of my spine. Finally, we reached the top of the stairs, and the instant I put my foot on the top landing, that freaking door swung open wide and stood open for us. It was revealing the short entranceway bathed in red light of the exit sign. It wanted us in there, and we both felt it, but it didn't feel welcoming at all. In fact, I've never been more scared of anything in my life. I get freaked out about it now, like 37 years later. We both just stood there, completely stunned for what felt like minutes before I completely freaked out and started screaming incoherently. I scrambled down the steps, jumping way too many times on the way down, and we both ran up the steep incline, yelling and screaming. Everybody came down and searched the building with us. It was empty, of course, and the door was shut fast and locked when we got back. No one could have pushed that door open and run away without us hearing them. The floors squeaked when he walked on them, and somebody running would have been very loud. We've looked at this from every angle. I just have no explanation for what happened. I worked there for 3 summers in that building. I have more stories if interested. My friend stayed to work throughout the winter one year and saw the Hat Man in the same building. There's something wrong in my house. Falling toys. The earliest thing I can remember that really freaked me out about my house was the recurring experience of soft toys that I had put away on top of my wardrobe. They would suddenly fall to the floor. I would notice that a toy had definitely been on top of my wardrobe before I went to bed. It would be on the floor when I woke up the next morning. Being a very young kid, it did freak me out, but I didn't really understand ghosts or anything, so I just kind of laughed it off. I was thinking it was the wind or poor placement of the toys. But as this became more common, I became more unsettled. I remember once I heard a soft thud, turned to see a toy hedgehog now on the floor. I was fed up at this point. And, well, I picked up the toy and I said to the empty air, "If that was you, do it again." Nothing happened, so I brushed it off and tried to go on. Told my younger sister about what had happened, and we both laughed about it. I asked if she had any similar experiences. She said no. The last time I can remember a toy falling from my wardrobe was the worst of all. My sister had a friend over for a sleepover. She told her friend about the weird experiences. The friend asked to see it, so they came to my room. All 3 of us stood near the doorway, and I noticed the hedgehog on the floor again. Called out once again to the empty air, "If there's somebody here, knock a toy off the wardrobe." We all waited in silence until suddenly there was a soft thud and a toy had fallen. I don't remember much of what I was thinking. Well, all I remember was hearing somebody scream and running out of my room. A toy hasn't fallen off of the wardrobe since. Sounds in the night. The next thing I remember happening in my house is a collection of small, unsettling things that happened in the middle of the night. I've always had trouble sleeping, so it wasn't uncommon for me to be awake long into the night when everybody else was asleep. It was during these unsettled nights that I would hear and experience a lot of things I couldn't explain. The most common thing I remember happening was various creaks and sounds of people moving around. It wasn't unusual for my floorboards to creak, but they'd only creak when people were walking around. But every time I would check to see if anybody was up and moving, they'd all still be fast asleep. My sister's door would still be closed. There were also many occurrences of hearing sounds of scratching at my door if it was closed. This wasn't something that worried me, as we had always owned cats, so I would just go and open the door and let them in. However, on multiple occasions I opened the door to an empty corridor with no cats even upstairs. That never sat right with me. The most disturbing and unexplainable thing that happened in the night was something I'll never forget. It had been a completely normal night. I had fallen asleep moderately easily. But a few hours later I woke up and I couldn't get back to sleep. I was frustrated, but I was so young that I didn't have a phone to keep me entertained. So I was sat doing nothing till I could fall back asleep. However, before I could even get tired, a loud crash sounded through my room. I looked up frantically to see a small yellow ball bouncing on my floor like it had just been thrown into my room. I was terrified. Picked up the ball and ran into the corridor expecting to see maybe my sister or my mom, but the house was silent. My parents were fast asleep. My sister's door was closed. And for context, my sister always closes her door at night and always knows when her door opens. That's because her door has always been unbearably loud when opening. It creaks and floods the entire house with noise. So I immediately knew that something had left her room that night, or rather had not. Moving doors. Another common occurrence in my house that still happens to this day is doors opening and closing without any wind or human influence. The most notable instance of this was one day when I was washing my hands. Suddenly the bathroom door swung closed. I looked up in a panic and watched as the door began to swing open and closed. I shouted out to see if anyone was on the landing, but my family were all downstairs. I cautiously turned around and called out for whatever was there to prove itself by closing the door. After a few seconds, pause. Door slammed shut and I screamed. Quickly opened the door and ran out of the bathroom. Once I'd calmed down, I went back to the bathroom thinking it might have been the wind, but to my horror, the window was closed tight. The Ouija board sessions. For Christmas one year I asked for a Ouija board. I was a weird kid. I used the board a few times with family in locations other than my own house. I'd never been confident enough to use it in my home. Knowing that already concerning experience I had over the years, I was too scared to risk communicating with whatever may be living in the house. But one night I decided that I felt brave enough to use the board in my house. It was around 2 a.m. Got the board out, ready, and opened it. Using the safest methods I knew, I sat with my fingers resting on the planchette for a few minutes. I was too scared to ask anything. Felt like all of the courage from moments ago had vanished into thin air. I sat in tense silence for a few minutes before finally asking a question. "Is anybody there who would like to communicate?" I asked quietly, not wanting to wake others in my house, and almost instantaneously, the planchette slid across the board. Felt a shiver run down my spine, and I hadn't expected a response, especially not one this quickly. I tried to quell my building panic as the planchette flew across the board and sat firmly on yes. I sucked in a sharp breath and tried to think of what to ask next. "What's your name?" I asked, and more cautiously, no response. How old are you?" Still nothing. Asked a few more questions, still to no avail. I had got one explicit response and then nothing more. Not even a shift, and the planchette sat completely motionless on yes. Feeling defeated, I shut down the board. However, I couldn't leave it just like that. I had an uneasy feeling brewing in my stomach. I sat and contemplated what to do for a while before, deciding to reopen the board and try again. I repeated the opening process and got ready to ask the question again, this time with more determination. "Is anybody there who would like to communicate?" I asked once again. The planchette flew to yes, and this time with more force. I had to swallow back a yelp at the action. I repeated the same questions of the previous session, and still I received no response apart from the first response. My blood just ran cold. I felt as if there was a looming presence in the room watching my every move, but I couldn't see anyone. I closed the board frantically and hid behind my bed. The feeling of pure terror didn't leave, and I didn't fall asleep that night. Never used that board in my room since. sometimes when I see it in the corner of my eye, I can still feel that terrifying presence looming over my shoulder. I don't know what's happening. So since I was little, I've been very curious about the paranormal, and also obsessed with the story my mother told me about one of her experiences at her old job. Till 2 years ago, I never had any experiences, but the activities increased. My first ever experience was in the middle of a class where I felt someone touch me in the back several times. Couldn't be any of my classmates because I was in the back. And from that day on, I've had several things happen to me in my house. I've heard very uncommon names in the country where I'm from. I've had objects thrown, like, feels like I'm being watched and stuff like that. But there are 4 occasions that I can't forget. 1. I've seen an old lady going from my bathroom to my parents' room, and I've actually talked with my parents and aunt and uncle about this. My aunt told me that fit the description of my great-grandmother. 2. Heard a male screaming, "Get out," when I was going to go back to sleep. 3. So everybody knows the Shadow Man and stuff. I saw a tall, skinny man completely white, almost like he was made of light, just standing on my doorway looking at me. I didn't feel safe at all. 4. This one happened pretty recently. So I think about 5 days ago I asked my mom about the place in which she had the experience I talked about in the start. That's because I always had an image come into my mind when I thought about it. I was basically asking her, "Oh, is there a large dark table made of wood?" She kinda looked surprised and just confirmed everything I asked. I never saw a photo of the place, so I was just kind of in shock. Something that happened last night. No idea what it could be. Little bit of backstory. I've been able to see things for a certain degree since I was young. Witchcraft runs in my family. I've played a Ouija board before when I was 14, now 18. There's a shadow man and a female spirit in my bedroom. These spirits like to turn on my fan. The fan has a button that turns it on, and nothing else can turn it on. This happened last night at around 2:30 or 2:44 a.m. last night. I had come back from the hospital at around 1:30, fell asleep next to my partner. I woke up and there was a face about 4-6 inches away from mine. I could fully see in my dark bedroom and it looked Caucasian, blue eyes, bald, no eyebrows or facial hair. I could also feel the bed sink down as if somebody was over top of me holding themselves up. I spoke calmly. "You need to get up." I got off and stood by my laundry basket about 3 feet away from the foot of my bed. I felt it get off the bed as my bed rose and moved. My partner was still sound asleep. As it stood by my basket, he said it again. "You need to get up." I could only see its face as the rest of him was completely black and no physical features could be made out. I asked, "What?" But it didn't say anything back. It sat up and a few seconds after that it was just gone. I went back to sleep after a few minutes and nothing else happened for the rest of the night. I started hearing footsteps when we first moved in. For some context to us moving, me and my family were moving between states with our 2 dogs. We stopped in Tombstone, Arizona. We were staying there for the night. At some point in the day, a man sitting on a bench across the street from a store stops us. He says to look up to the window because we could see a silhouette of a ghost. I was the only one who didn't see it. And later on, we go to our hotel, and the next morning, my brother and my mom both said that they woke up in the middle of the night in sleep paralysis. They both said they saw a figure in our room. Fast forward some, we get our new house for a few years. Eventually, we get a 3rd dog. While living here, the others claim they saw some paranormal events. Some at home, some out around town, and off some side roads. Again, I never saw or felt the presence of anything. So finally, we're moving into our current residence. And this is when I absolutely experienced something paranormal. And before I say what I felt, I'll talk about what I didn't have. There were 3 dogs who weren't with us at the time, and they were either at a pet hotel or an apartment one of our parents was at due to work, and they moved here before the rest of us. I cannot recall whether we had slept in our current house at this point, and I know for certain that we had just begun unpacking. I only had my bed unpacked, and we didn't have Wi-Fi. There's nothing for me to do at home, and even though I was a sophomore in high school and didn't have my own cell phone, I hadn't even started attending my own school yet. So my parents and brother decided they wanted to go to jiu-jitsu class. They already knew I didn't care to go, but they asked me one more time if I'd like to just watch. I once again declined. If I had the foresight to realize we didn't have Wi-Fi, I probably would have gone with them. Not too sure why my mother didn't leave the phone for me, because in my older houses this was something that happened a few times. It was already pretty late in the day. Alright, to the story. I'm now home alone, no dogs, no entertainment, no Wi-Fi, no phone. Well, I had a 3DS, but not my charger. Playing games for a bit when I noticed it was about to die. Realize I left my charger in the car. My fun is now over. Can't recall what I'm doing, but for about 10 minutes I'm slowly getting bored. Something starts to feel off, but I brushed off as being a new house and being all alone. It was a very quiet night. Sitting on my bed listening to the echo of the highway a few miles out. Normally I can't hear it when the AC is turned on, but when it's turned off and dead quiet in my house, I can hear it. So the only things I can hear is the echo of a distant highway and the gentle ringing of oncoming tinnitus. You and me both. Then I hear a footstep. Sounds like someone was walking on the carpet. There's just this distinct noise to it. The door to my room was wide open, but even if the door was closed, I would have heard a footstep. Even if I did close it, I couldn't lock it. Every doorway in the hall was open right now. Sitting there frozen in place, and what felt like a minute go by, and I heard another footstep. It's undeniable that I'm hearing a footstep. Slowly start to stand up and very cautiously make my way to the bathroom. When I walk out into my door frame, the feeling that something's wrong starts to flood into me. I don't move at all, I'm just standing there waiting. That's when I heard a 3rd footstep. Quickly dart for the bathroom across the hall and close the door, locking it. For a few minutes I don't hear anything. Then I hear another footstep. This time it immediately gets followed up by another one, then another. I can roughly tell where it is, and I hear it walk up to the bathroom door. At this moment I was convinced that there was somebody in the house, and well, the next few minutes, there'd be quick bursts of footsteps, as if somebody was speed-walking between rooms, like stopping for a minute and then moving to the next room. Sometimes it stopped in front of the bathroom door, and it was like a louder, constant movement. This went on for a few minutes. I knew that if there was a person in my house, I probably couldn't fight them off. For some reason, I decided to say, "Go away," the next time the footstep came to the door. At this point, I was getting annoyed and still very scared. There's a prolonged period of silence before it moved to another room. It comes back and I go, "You better leave right now." Silence. It moves to another room. The final time I say something, I say, "Leave me alone." And it goes away. I still hear it moving around the hall and going to different bedrooms, but it seemed to have stopped waiting at the bathroom door. But also it was back to slower footsteps, as if somebody was trying to be quiet. Eventually the footsteps walked away and sounded like they went somewhere else in the house. I quit hearing them for the remainder of the night. I was too scared of what happened and stayed in my bathroom. Overall, I heard something walk for about 45-ish minutes. My parents came home, they were gone for about 2.5 hours. Explained what happened, and we checked the entire house, after which everybody claimed it must have been a ghost. They were all surprised at how shaky I was, and that I looked pale. To this day, I'm still skeptical on what really happened. Never witnessed or heard anything paranormal like this by myself prior. For the past few years living here, others in my family have experiences, and they've seen things, even footsteps. I haven't had any more encounters, at least. bang so loud in the attic that it shook my house. My wife and I bought a house in the country next to a Civil War battlefield in Northern Virginia. The original property was a 4,000-acre plantation that was subdivided into multiple smaller farms. The original plantation house of the 4,000-acre property was situated on our lot about 15 yards behind the house. It had all of its stone foundation, chimney, and well. Our house was built in the mid-'80s by hand, but the previous owner, who worked for NASA and IBM, passed away after a battle with cancer. We fell in love with the house and the property. You could tell this house was the man's life work. After purchasing the house for a great price, we walked the property with his widow and oldest adult son. Well, they walked the entire property and the house with us. But what I found odd is that both the widow and the son refused to enter the half-unfinished downstairs basement adamantly. Long story with too many experiences to list. My wife and I, over the course of 5 years, friends, family that stayed the night, all experienced poltergeist phenomena. From the TV changing itself to the NASA space station channel regularly, the cabinets slamming, footsteps heard throughout the house, an out-of-body sound of somebody clear as day whistling for a dog. It was all heard by everybody regularly. Sometimes the whistling would be right over our shoulder in our ear like it was messing with us. Sometimes while you were in the shower. And one time in the basement alone, I was painting the ceiling on a ladder. I heard the double whistle right in my ear over my shoulder so loud and clear I jumped off the ladder, backed myself up against the wall to see what was coming. So freaked out I actually ran out of the back door to the backyard, just went around the house back upstairs instead of running through the basement to get to the stairs. I'm not an easily person to shake, but that was just too much. My dog would always stare and bark at the corner of the family room. He refused to go downstairs. I would pick him up and physically carry him downstairs to only have him spring right back up and bark at us from the top of the stairs till we came back up. My wife has had a hand brush across the back of her neck multiple times. Sinks, lights turning on by themselves right in front of us. Keys and other important small things go missing. They would never be found again, no matter how hard we searched every inch of the house. I would wake up around 4:30 a.m. to go to work and regularly find the same 2 doors leading out back towards the old plantation house wide open with bugs and mosquitoes flying in for God knows how long. Maybe all night after we made sure to lock them every night, my mother-in-law was awoken one night by a man's voice asking her, "Who are you?" While living in a haunted house, you have no choice but to ignore the activity. I got used to it. It would come and go in cycles. Never felt like a bad presence or saw any apparitions. Always figured it was the old owner and always joked to each other that there goes Mr. Copper. But one day I was home alone lying on the couch broad daylight after a day of work. We heard a bang so loud it actually shook the entire 3,000 square foot house. It sounded like it came from our attic. I immediately jumped up and thought one of the large oak trees around the house crashed through the roof. Sprinted outside to assess the damage, but the roof was completely fine. No downed trees. My second thought was our AC unit in the attic just replaced fell out on the pedestals and crashed through the ceiling. Grabbed a flashlight and scoured the entire attic to find nothing wrong. I discovered no earthquake in the area and no other neighbors felt anything. Seems like the activity in the house pinned times toward the last month while we were there getting the house ready to sell. It's been 2 years since we moved and have no activity since, but not a day goes by where I don't think about the strange activity in the house. I was just curious if anybody else had any similar experiences, especially with unexplained house shaking and bangs. Serious. Do you have any paranormal or fairy or demon or alien encounter real story that you want to add? About 7 years ago, in my house, I began to have weird experiences that we would call duende, which is similar to a dwarf or a goblin or a gnome. It first began as somebody knocking the window of my parents' bathroom. They occurred at daytime. First, I thought it was the wind when it hits the window, but I tried an experiment recreating the sound, and it wasn't the same as the wind hitting the window. Some days later, I was walking outside of my yard, saw the line of flower pots that we had, and I began to see something rustling and running toward me in the pots. Ran inside my house and had my door slightly open from the dining room. I was looking at the door, and that's when I saw a small shadow figure with a point on its head. It was walking creepily until it hid behind the cabinet there. I was mesmerized, so I decided to tell my brother about my events. He told me I was being dumb and I was being crazy, even though he had heard the knockings in the window before. So one day when the lights went out at night, he was using his cell phone's flashlight, and that's when a shadow figure began running between his legs, and he screamed about it. Even sometimes he was outside and could see my dog crouch and growl at something. Sometimes there was nothing even there. Even once he was in the bathroom, he heard knocking, and how like if something dropped off and stepped on the tank in the ground in front of the window, like if it was escaping from their mischief. And another day I was just waking up in the morning, heard some whistling, like calling for attention. It was weird because it was like if it came from outside, but you could hear it close if it came from the ambience. The major thing that happened is that one day the house keys got lost. So my mom was angry and made us look for them. We looked for them all day and night, eventually let it go. The next day I went to college and received a call from my mom telling me she found the keys, and asked her, where were they? She told me. They were in the window outside of my bathroom. Did you put them there? I was shocked because neither my brother or I took the keys. My mom was angry enough, so we also discarded the fact that she did it to prank us. And I'm not ending this to prank you. But nonetheless, see ya. Welcome to Paranormal M, where the unknown becomes reality. Hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications for the latest eerie stories. Prepare for a bone-chilling experience. I think I fell into an unused dimension. So this is something that happened to me and my cousin a few years ago. 31 years old now, and I believe I was about 27 or 26 when this happened. I lived in Lancaster, Pennsylvania with my cousin, and we lived on a small apartment complex in the middle of a densely forested area. Had a freeway that runs through the middle of the complex. That leads to a highway, which we used to walk to work. And yeah, we walked on a highway to get to work. That shit was scary. So back to the story. Took place over the time span of 3 days. The shift itself only lasted about 3 seconds, but when the shift was over, we had lost about 40 minutes of time. So we worked in a Wendy's in Lancaster. We both worked the same shift as we requested because we liked working together. We always had fun. So one night at around 3:30 in the morning, which is around the time we usually were walking home because we closed the store at 1, usually takes us at least an hour and a half to 2 hours to do everything, so. As we were walking down the freeway that led to my house, because my house is literally a few feet, maybe 50 or 70 feet away from the freeway, my cousin lived not too far from the freeway himself, he literally just had to leave and walk down the road and run between that apartment complex that served as a way outside of the complex, and we were talking as we usually did to pass the time. As we walked, we noticed what looked like a headlight. It was bright and kind of blinding running down the freeway. But there was something odd about the light. It was way too bright for any car that I knew. But I chalked it up to being a new kind of brighter light that I didn't know about. But also there was the fact that there was only one light, so I assumed it was a motorcycle. I didn't really think anything of it at the time, but in retrospect, now I think about it, we also didn't hear any motors or any other sound that you'd hear coming from a motor vehicle, unless it's electric. So we continued walking and talking, but we moved to the opposite side of the road to ensure that whatever motorcycle or car was going by wouldn't hit us. It was dark outside, and when I say dark, I mean dark. There's literally nothing around us. At least other than the road that we were walking on and the trees on both sides, which were, like I said, densely forested areas. And at this time of night, you literally couldn't see anything beyond the first few rows of trees. There was no streetlights. Literally all you could see was darkness. Even with our phone flashlight, it was only possible to see about 5 feet ahead of us. But since we walked this road every night, we didn't even use the flashlights anymore. We just knew where we were going, it didn't bother us. So we continued talking. But after a few moments, I thought, why hasn't this motorcycle passed us yet? Still looking up at the road of the light. And now let me describe this freeway to you. This freeway was a concrete road running down into a highway with a densely forested tree line and a small bridge that was pretty much the border of the apartment complex under this bridge, and it was a small creek that ran through the forested area and around the apartment complex. And on one side of the bridge was our apartment complex, and the other side of the bridge was the forest. The light was still coming towards us, but once it reached the bridge with the small creek running under it, it disappeared. I looked at my cousin and asked him if he had just seen that. He said, yeah, that was crazy. So I asked him what he'd seen. He said he saw what looked like a headlight, thought it was a motorcycle, but it just disappeared. So I told him, yeah, that's what I saw. Glad he saw it too, because I thought it was just bugging. Okay, so we shrugged it off, paid it no mind, and forgot about it. So the next day, once again at around 3:30, we were walking home from work. We were closing the store, and again we reached this road. Again, after coming back down the block, as we're walking and talking, we see this light speeding down the road faster than it was the day before. This time we stopped walking and talking and just looked down the road to watch the light and see what happened. Once again, true to form, a single bright light raced down the freeway, but this time it didn't just disappear, it kept going past the bridge. And once it crossed over the bridge with the creek running under it, it made an extremely sharp left turn. It's absolutely impossible for any form of motor vehicle to make at that speed, which this light was moving. So once it made that left turn, it flew into the tree line, flying through all the trees. And at this point, me and my cousin looked at each other and said, what the fuck? Then we started to discuss what we've been saying, things like it's impossible for anything to run through the trees like that at that speed. There's no car or bike or anything in the world that could safely do that. At this point, we were still watching the light fly through the trees. Made it about 200 feet into the tree line without crashing into anything, dodging through the trees before it suddenly just disappeared. We continued walking up the road with a weird energy in the air, as we both had just seen what happened and we were a bit uncomfortable. So we walked and talked as always. This time we were wary and looking around for us for any odd experiences. Now here's where things got crazy. It's our third day coming home from work walking down this road. But this time, as we walk down the road, we're literally talking about the experiences we had over the last 2 days on this road. So now we're about a quarter of the way down the road, but this time we don't see that weird light. So we're walking and we're talking about what it may have been. And at this point, we're walking pretty close together. I'm standing about 1.5 feet behind my cousin, and we're talking pretty much just talking over each other's shoulders. He's looking over his shoulder at me, and I'm looking over his shoulder at him. And while we talk, at this moment I pulled my phone out of my pocket and checked what time it was. It was because we had left the store at 2:58 a.m., and it was now 3:37 a.m. So as we walked and talked, mid-conversation, the whole world seemed to disappear. There's no warning, there was no shifting effect, no dragging effect, no melting effect, nothing. Just 1 second the world was there, the next it wasn't. Kind of like when a game clips or fails to load properly. So in mid-stride, the world just disappears. I stopped moving, I stopped walking, stopped talking. Just looked around trying to figure out what the fuck was happening at this point. 1 second ago, I was on the road in a densely forested, extremely dark area, and the next I was standing in what looks like an unused dimension. To give you a picture of what it looked like, there was no road, there were no trees, there was no darkness, there was no sky, there was no floor, it was just white everything. There were no shadows, there were no shades. It literally looked like I was standing in an unused piece of printing paper. It's like the best way I can describe it for anime lovers is like the first time Goku ever stepped into the hyperbolic time chamber. It was just white everywhere. There was nothing I could even see. My cousin, who was standing just a second ago, a foot and a half away from me, was scared. Didn't know what to do. I stopped walking mid-stride with my foot still suspended mid-air. Looked around for about 3 seconds. That's as long as the dimension slip lasted. And just as unexpectedly fast as everything disappeared, it was as fast as it all came back. Now I was back on the road. I could see the trees. I could see the road. My cousin was a little farther ahead of me than I remember before the dimension slip. Before everything happened, he was only about a foot and a half away. But when we came back, he was more like 5 feet away. I attributed this to him not stopping when the dimension slip happened. The reason I stopped when the dimension slip happened was because I had read a few paranormal books which included chapters on wormholes. I read a few stories in which people say that when they were in wormholes, any small movement they did sometimes landed them hundreds of feet or sometimes miles away from where they started. But clearly, my cousin was unaware of this. It took maybe another step or two when whatever happened happened. But when everything came back, me and my cousin stopped and looked at each other. First thing that came out of my mouth was, "Did you see something?" And he said, "Yeah, what the fuck?" So I asked him what he had seen. He said that it looked like, to him, the brightest lightning bolt he'd ever seen. Like, you know how when light flashes, when lightning comes down and it makes everything turn white? Well, like that, but 100 times worse. Couldn't see anything. Told him it sounded similar to what I'd seen, but I didn't see any lightning bolt. There was no lightning anywhere, just everything turned white. He said, yeah, he did actually see like a lightning bolt. That's just the only way he could explain what the fuck he'd just seen. I was like, so you did see the same thing? Like everything just turned white and there was no shadows, no shades, there was nothing, everything just disappeared, no trees, no road, no you, no me? He said, yeah, exactly. At this time, when I was pulled my phone back out and just checked what time it was, I don't know why, but I have this habit of every time something happens, I look at the time. The clock read 4:20. Now, I know I literally just looked at my phone about 3 to 5 seconds earlier and it said 3:37. There's no way it's been 45 minutes since. Told my cousin to look at the time and showed him his phone. He said, "So what are you trying to show me?" Told him a few seconds ago I looked at the time and it was 3:37. He was like, "Nah, get the fuck out of here, you're lying." I told him I was dead serious. After arguing about the time change, we looked up and realized we were no longer where we were when the dimension slip started. We were about 25 minutes, maybe half an hour walk down the road from my house. But now, we seemed like we were past my house. Not by far though, we were literally about 200 feet away from my house, just 2-minute walk back. But it was still fucking crazy. Like, we know that's not where we were before all of it happened. Me and my cousin don't really talk very much anymore, but every now and then we still see each other and chill. But still to this day, every time we see each other, we talk about that night. Has anybody else experienced anything like this? Please let me know, because as far as I'm aware, I've never met anybody else who's had this happen. I think me and my cousin are the only 2 people who's ever seen anything like this. I think my ghost stole my phone to make a point. So this was a few years ago. Me and my ex, which at the time was my girlfriend of 8 years, was living together in a small apartment in Manhattan. We were having some serious relationship issues at the time and ended up separating a few months after the situation. But being with me for so long, she had kind of gotten to the point that weird shit tends to happen around me. But for a span of about 4 or 5 months, the activity had gotten out of hand to the point where I had actually started documenting it. I wish I still had the evidence to post. So literally, pretty much daily, we had started experiencing paranormal occurrences. Things falling over when no one was near them. Door opening by themselves. Hearing someone when you were definitely alone. White orbs flying by, black orbs on other days. The thing is, they'll fly right by you, and if you follow them with your eye, which wasn't easy as the speed they moved at was outrageously fast, they would fly right into the wall and vanish through it. There was one thing that really made me start documenting this shit, and here it is. So we all had all of our gaming systems hooked up to one TV, but I ran out of games to play on my PS3 and Wii at the time, so usually the only system that we would usually turn on was the Xbox 360. All we ever really used it for was to connect to our phones via USB or wire to play our music and watch anime. Or maybe we would download download shows onto our phones through the media center. But we'd always, connect it to something, and it was always on. So one day we were just listening to music on the Xbox. It's in the media center when we noticed that on the little Connect screen, there's 3 people registered in the room. Problem is, we were alone. Not only in the room, we were alone in the house. The other problem was how fucking impossible it was for a person to be where said person was registering. We had bunk beds, and on the top bunk was a huge pile of clean clothes that we didn't feel like folding. So according to the Xbox, there was somebody standing over our head occupying the same exact space as the top bunk bed and the clothes. More specifically, going through the bed and clothes. Well, when we first noticed this, we reset the Xbox to see if the Xbox was just tweaking out, but still. We said fuck it. So, this is the weird part. We turned on the Xbox every single day for the same purpose. Sometimes it was there, sometimes it wasn't. When it was, we would check it out every now and then to see what it was doing. Sometimes it just stood there, sometimes it would wave, and sometimes it would even look to have been dancing. So me knowing nobody would ever believe me if I told them this every now and then, I would take a few seconds of recordings of this. I think I had 3 or 4. So on another day, we're all just listening to music sitting on the bed playing cards silently. That's the music stops for no reason. Confused, we look up to see only to find that the voice command had been activated. Problem is, neither one of us said anything. So I pull out my phone, start recording the TV screen and explaining what had just been going on. And even though me and my girl at the time were completely silent, according to the Xbox, someone that none of us could see or hear was speaking. Pretty much just showing that little mic icon with the sound waves emanating even though the room was completely silent. Now, all of this happening and other undocumented occurrences going on, I opened the notepad on my phone and started actually logging everything that I could remember happening when it would happen. I had about 2 months of logs on the phone. Then for 2 more days, nothing happened. Then on the 3rd day after making the log, I heard somebody in the bathroom on my way to go to it, so I stopped and logged before going in. When I got inside, I logged that no one was actually in the bathroom, and I just, hit the save button. Felt the phone pulled out of my hand. I was a bit startled, but I picked the phone up and made an entry for that incident too. I then used the bathroom and went back to my room with my girlfriend, continued playing Assassin's Creed. I decided to replay out of boredom, and then I sat down on the bed and grabbed the PS3 controller with my right hand, and with my left hand I placed my HTC One cell phone on the bed next to me between me and the MS. While playing, I got a text message from a friend. Without pausing, because I was in a safe place in the game, I picked up the phone and looked at the message. I replied and placed it right back at the same spot. 3 minutes later, I decided, fuck this, I'm tired of being bored, and asked my lady if she wanted to go out for dinner. She said yeah, and we got up and started getting dressed and ready to go out. So I get up, change my pants, and immediately go to grab my phone to put it in my pocket. I wanted to make sure that I wouldn't forget it, but it's gone. So I asked the lady if she's seen it. She said the last time she saw it was when it was in the bed between us. I replied, yeah, me too. So I go on a rampage looking for it, checking the room 4, even 5 times. So confused as to where it could have gone, I even took the sheets and blankets off the bed and shook them out, expecting my phone to fall out, but it never even did. So I decided, fuck it. I'll find it when I get back home and finish dressing myself. Just as I'm finished putting on my scarf and hoodie, I look down on the bed and there it is. Sitting right on the bed in the exact same spot where I'd left it, right on top of the mess of sheets I'd pulled off the bed. I look at my girlfriend and I ask her where'd she find it. She replied, "Find what?" Told her to look, and she looked down, not knowing what I was talking about, and reiterated, "Find what?" I answered, "My phone. Where'd you find it?" She looked at me with a confused look on her face and said, "I didn't." "What do you mean? If you didn't find it, where'd it come from? I thought you found it." "No, I thought you found it." "Okay, whatever." I just picked it up, put it in my pocket, but later disappeared again, but this time I never found it again. I don't know what I had seen. This is an experience I had when I was around 14 or 15 years old, so maybe 2004, 2005. I lived in the country of Southwest Virginia. I was a typical country boy. I'd just gotten old enough for my mom and stepdad to trust me raccoon hunting alone. That night, just as the sun was setting, I took the dogs out like I had done before. Went to our hunting grounds, maybe 2-mile walk from home. The hunting ground had a very old house that I've had other paranormal experiences with, but that's for another time. Turned the dogs loose and waited for them to open. A few minutes passed and nothing. This isn't that strange, but after waiting for maybe a half hour and nothing, it was very odd. We didn't have great coon dogs, and normally if I couldn't find a raccoon sent soon, they would just strike a deer track or something, but I heard nothing from them. I began to walk around and call for them, but I got no response. Kept walking and noticed the entire ridgeline to my right had a red glow from the other side of the ridge emanating from the holler. Thought to myself, I guess the farmer is clearing brush. Has a massive fire burning, so I went to check. Wanted to make sure it wasn't a forest fire. But as I got closer to the top of the ridge, I got an uneasy feeling and noticed the light was not from a fire. No smell of smoke. The light wasn't flickering as a light from a flame would. And it was unnaturally bright red, like how a stoplight on a dark corner will cast a red, creepy glow on everything. And mind you, this is in the middle of a forest and a cow pasture with no electrical power. That's when I realized something was seriously wrong, and I got very scared. I was carrying a single-shot 20-gauge shotgun with birdshot, but my pack happened to have a few leftover buckshot and slug shells. So as quickly and as quietly as possible loaded a slug and kept 2 buckshot shells in my hand. Scared, I backed away and took the long way around to get back home so I could get as far away from that thing as possible. Got back, told my mom and stepdad what I'd seen. My stepdad scolded me for leaving the dogs in the woods, and he thought I was making up a long story being lazy. Didn't even go after the dogs. But about a week after this happened, I woke up and walked into the living room. He jumped up and said I'd seen that red light that scared you. It scared me too. He'd been hunting near the same place, but not quite. He said he had seen 3 bright red flashes that lit everything around him up enough that he could have read a newspaper. That was the end of it. We never had another red light experience after that. I don't know what I experienced, and it's been almost bothering me, but part of me regrets not walking the extra 25 yards to see over the ridgeline to see. Maybe that was smart, actually. My teenage hunting trips on a haunted property. This all happened in the rural area of Southwest Virginia. I was a teenager when all this happened. 14 or 15, not old enough to have a driver's license. We was poor and didn't have cable TV or internet, and it was the time of dial-up even if we did. And so what I had to entertain myself with normally was just hunting. I'd often be hunting squirrels or rabbits after school, and at night we had coonhounds for raccoon hunting in the summer and on weekends. The property owners around us were nice enough to let us hunt, so I was always respectful to what they said. One of the wishes of the farm to the left was for us, if we could all hunt, as if we wanted to, but stay out of the abandoned houses in the middle holler. We would use it as a tool shed for extra barbed wire and fence posts and whatnot. Of course, as a teenager, I couldn't resist taking a peek, but made sure I didn't disturb anything. It was an old mansion at the time. It was a 2-story with an attic and a basement. It had a slave quarters with it and shackles in the basement walls. I'm not sure when it was abandoned, but I could tell it had never had indoor plumbing or electricity added to it. I assume it had not been lived in for a long time because of this. However, it was remarkably sound, like all the glass was still and the windows and the floors and the walls hadn't rotten. Couldn't even see much damage from a leaking roof. I also couldn't see any signs that animals used it, like raccoons chewing up on the walls or in the den. Never seen any scat droppings. And anyways, like I said, the farmer was nice enough to let me hunt, so for the most part I respected his wishes. Didn't go into the house because he could easily deny my hunting rights. This house was also in the holler next to my red glowing light experience. If anybody'd like to read about that, check my profile. Often my stepdad would be with me, but I'd also take the coon dogs out and go hunting alone. When hunting dogs, you let them loose. You wait for them to run a raccoon to a tree depending on how hot the track is. It might take a while, and the direction they run might turn 3 or 4 times. So while waiting for them to howl or tread, you sit and wait in the chase. Or treat, sorry. While standing, you don't need a light and you don't need to waste batteries, so you turn it off and wait in the dark oftentimes. And you can just see better without a light once your eyes are fully adjusted to the dark anyways. So many times, even though this house wasn't near the road or any source of light, other than what we carried, we could sit and watch what looked like a candle being carried through the house from the windows, even though nothing around it could possibly be reflecting any light. We could hear knocks and bumps coming from that house, but I could explain that as an animal rummaging around, even though it seemed like animals kept a 50-yard gap from the house. Even the cows wouldn't graze that close. Often lights would run dead if we stayed on long enough in that holler. Again, I could chalk that up to a coincidence. Once, I can't remember if it was in the early spring or in the late fall, but I had been squirrel hunting in a light jacket as the temperature was chilly, but not cold by any stretch. As I reached the back property close to 2 miles from home, the temperature suddenly dropped, and an incredibly strong wind set in. It was maybe 30 miles an hour wind sustained. I started to get cold, coldest I've ever been. I'd been winter camping and sat in a deer stand when the temperature was 0, but I wasn't dressed for this, and I knew I had to take shelter, and that house was the only thing that could help me, so I made my way in. The relief of being out of the wind was instant. I could feel pain in my face, and hands and the skin I had exposed started to warm back up. It was fantastic. Since I was already in, I decided to look around again. I went upstairs and checked in all the rooms. It was completely empty. Same with the ground floor. Besides the fence equipment the farmer kept in the front area, so it was all pretty boring. I made my way to the basement. It was dark, but my hunting pack is always having a flashlight for backup with hunting raccoons. As I opened the door and looked down the steps, I got that feeling that I shouldn't go down. But being a teenage boy with my manhood on the line and not to be scared and a 20-gauge shotgun in my hands, I went down the steps. The atmosphere felt heavy. The air felt musty and stale. I looked around, and my area was bare other than some old shelves on the wall to my left and those rusted chains mounted to the wall on my right. Walked over, touched them, and as soon as I did, bam! Heard a door upstairs slam close hard. Now it was during a windstorm, so I was willing to chalk it up to the wind, but the house was closed up and not drafty. Made my way back up in the atmosphere upstairs, same as the basement. Cold and heavy. It was like I was no longer welcome. I'd warmed up, but the wind was still blowing, but it died down, so I left and made my way back home. That's the most interesting thing that happened to me at that house. It's been 15 years since I visited it. When I was a teen, I didn't have a fancy camera phone or record any of this. But, I would also be trespassing now. I'm not really sure I'd get permission to go ghost hunting. And no, I will not give the location of this house. It's not my property. I don't want the farmer's land disturbed. He was nice to me for all those years. I won't disrespect him like that. I just thought you all might enjoy some hunting tales from years ago. My workplace is haunted. I love ghost stuff, but don't mess with it because I don't want no bad juju. The restaurant I work in is an old one, but I don't have much of any history on it, haven't searched for it. I can tell you that we have a banquet room leading up to a couple set of stairs which we use frequently for weddings and parties. Probably a few weeks to a month into my job, around mid-September, I was asked to carry some dishes up to the banquet room. This way we would have them ready to go for the wedding party. No big deal. Carry said dishes up, having to make several trips. When I get up to the banquet room each time, I slightly feel like something's different. I don't think too much of it though, and just let it slide as I was in work mode. And just to note, I am an individual that's very in touch with how I feel and the vibes I get from people. At least that's what I think, or I'm just nuts, who knows. But anyways, a couple of weeks go by, and again I'm asked to take some dishes upstairs. This was probably mid-October. Being the team player I am, of course I'm going to help my coworkers out, so, let's do the work thing. The feeling is stronger this time. It wasn't a sense of goosebumps or chills down my spine, it was just a gut feeling of something feeling off. Finished what I needed to do and went downstairs to jokingly ask the waitress if she ever got a funny feeling upstairs. My boss turned the corner looking at me as the waitress answered. And with a giggly smile on her face, she said yes. This building, mainly in the banquet room upstairs, is haunted. She doesn't like going up there either. My boss, the one who turned the corner, told me about a ghost hunting team's done an EVP in the past. That's where a voice said a bartender's name. Some other stories I've told have mentioned bar stools being flipped over like it was closing time, and as well as a blood-curdling scream heard out of the hallway. Not even in the banquet room. But what creeps me out the most about it was that I could feel something off without ever knowing the building was haunted. Throws your senses for a whirl. Trying to distinguish whether it was a bad feeling like I should avoid the banquet room when I'm alone, or if it's just my nerves getting the best of me. It's hard to tell whether or not it was an energy that disliked me or didn't want me there. And now that I know it's haunted, I've been dreading going to work. I feel like I have to go up there alone again. And make sure that I'm not the last person to leave the building because I don't want to risk having an entanglement with the unknown. I also feel that I got that gut feeling as a warning sign. Something wasn't right and my senses knew it. It kind of tells me not to be alone in that place. Always listen to your gut. My lovely granny who raised me said hi to me this morning. She died last month. This year I'm celebrating my 30th birthday. It's going to be the first time since birth I'm not celebrating this moment with the brave lady who raised me, along with my grandfather. My grandmother died after years and years of suffering. It's a relief, but damn, it hurts. A few hours before her death, the last day I saw her, I slept a few hours to recover from this terrible night as she asked for mercy. And in this dream, I saw her dead laying on the bed. Her husband held her and cried. I immediately sent a message to my companion to tell him about this disturbing picture I've seen a few times, since the idea of losing her caused me huge anxiety. Then, right after this nightmare, I learned about her. She passed away as I was peacefully sleeping in my bed. It's been a month she's gone now. It's strange, but I totally stopped dreaming about her. And this morning I just woke up in my family's house. I heard the distinct voice saying hi. It was nice and sweet, and I responded yes. That was as my grandfather, who sleeps in his room next to mine, answered, "Yeah?" I asked him if he was calling me, and he said no. He used to work in a funeral home for years as a counselor. I know grief may lead to hallucinations. Have you ever had a dream about your loved ones who eventually died moments ago? Do you think it's pure coincidence? A simple sign of empathy. Since I felt extremely worried about her. Do you think I myself talked while I was asleep? I know a lot of my friends confirmed I'm a sleep talker. But anyways, that's not the most thrilling experience I witnessed, but I'm curious about these two moments. First, the dream. Secondly, the call. Respect your belief. I'm open-minded. Feel free to share. Take care. Speaking in tongues while sleeping with my friend. When I were younger, I used to live half of the week at my ex-boyfriend's flat. We call him Christopher. It's in central Paris near a park called Le But Charmant in Rue Carduchy. I don't know how to say that. Can't say that. It was easier to me to stay in the heart of the city since I studied at university from Monday to Friday. This guy used to have a mutual friend, who's also his ex-girlfriend. I know, right? Don't judge us, please. They were named Alice. Back in the days, the three of us slept in the same room and shared a very powerful relationship altogether. It was almost like a love triangle, but anyways, experience is not about our personal story. Alex and Christopher are really sensitive people who felt energies and spirits. I never judged them since I experienced baffling situations as well, but hey, I want to stay a pragmatic person. But I still can't explain what happened these nights when Christopher and I talked while we were asleep. Alice listened and told us everything in the morning right away. It happened a few times. I have no memories of these events. She was absolutely sure that we were speaking in tongues. There's no doubt about that. The disturbing part, we don't understand and we can't read Latin. She even took notes as we, had some of these sentences and they were part of the Bible. Some of them were related to Lazarus. While Christopher firmly believed in God and is a Christian, a Catholic, I'm not a religious person at all. Of course, I have studied and read the Bible and some other religious books, but I cannot tell you the entire parts by heart. As she's sensitive to this invisible world, she really felt it was something disturbing and unusual. I really want to know this is 100% real and I'm not faking it. I know I often laugh and talk in the night while I'm fully asleep, but this Latin episode never happened to me again. There's always this stereotype about creepy legends in Latin, especially because religion is scary and often used in films and books to play with our deepest fears. Do you think it's possible for our minds to use forgotten data so that we do something possible, like speaking in tongues? Do you have any other theory? Is it related to ghosts or maybe entities? Sometimes I think about this whole story and I still can't figure out what happened. Thanks for your theories and possible explanations. I will say you know more than you think you know. Anybody else ever have dreams in languages that you failed at in high school? I have. Whatever that's going on in my house has me sleeping in the living room. I purchased a home roughly 2 years ago. That was after living in an apartment that was located right behind a cemetery. I have videos on my profile that showed 2 of the many things that have happened there. Here at the house, seems like they were either followed or what was already there just kept doing its thing. That includes my 3 children, a female that's 12, 10, and a 5-year-old male. I'm a single father, and this thing does not bother them, only myself. It all started about 3 days after we moved in. I was in the kitchen, and you can see the hallway that leads to the kids' room. I saw what looked like one of my kids run down the hall and into the rooms. Right after that, all 3 of my actual kids came running in from the front door from playing outside. I just thought, okay, whoa. After that, I would sleep in my room on the opposite side of the house from my kids' rooms. I'd feel like one of them was coming in and laying on the bed. I'll look over to ask if they were okay and no one will be there. On one particular night, the same thing happened, only this time I felt a kid's arm lay across my back. I rolled over and what looked like a girl smaller than my daughter jumped out of the bed and went to the bathroom. And this thing moved, I mean it moved. Went around 12 feet in a matter of roughly a second. Since then, it doesn't fail that at least 2 times a week something paranormal happens. You can either hear a door in the house close and I'm at home and the kids are at school. The occasional voice of a man or a woman having a conversation somewhere in the house, and, of course, the bed indents. It got to the point where I had 3 paranormal investigators come and we all saw the girl run behind the kitchen island. It It's not scary things going on, it's more that I feel uncomfortable sleeping in my room, so I just lay on the couch with the TV and a few lights on. At the corner of my eye, I could still see something darting in the hallways. Ghost in the apartment. My father was involved. Whatever I ask him about what happened that night in the apartment, he insists it never even happened. He's the type that stays away from the paranormal, including speaking about it. This incident happened when I was a baby, young enough for a baby to cry in the middle of the night. My crib was set up right next to my parents' bed, close enough to check in on me. My mother heard my cries and was about to get up until my dad sat up and said, "Don't worry, I'll get her." He went around the bed and picked me up, sat me in his arms and left the room. My mom sat her head back down on the pillow, listening to me cry in the kitchen as my dad paced back and forth. This was when it happened. My mother felt something in the room, but didn't see it really turn, and something grabbed the back of her head. She said it felt like a hand. Grabbed her and lifted her head back up, and she froze. Bent her head back, making her neck bulge out. It was as if something was trying to snap her neck. At that moment, she screamed out my father's name. Her head fell back onto the pillow, and she quickly turned to the door and saw it. A white figure darting out of the room and into the hallway. My father, meanwhile, heard my mother scream, and he ran toward the hallway. Saw the same figure dart out and run into the hallway bathroom. My father, Whitney still in his arms, ran forward. Turned on the bathroom lights to face whoever was in there. Found no one. Went into the bathroom to see my mother sitting up in shock. "Did you see that?" My dad nodded. They realized quickly that it was a spirit, a malicious one, and they both spent the night in the living room. They moved a few months later. I asked my mother if she ever saw it again, or see anything out of the ordinary, things moving out of place or cold chills. But she said that was the only incident. Whenever I bring it up with my father, he denies it and tells me your mom's lying, or I don't remember that happening. That was until a few years ago he let it slip. Years of denial shattered when my mother and I were talking about other ghost stories. My dad listened to our conversation and said, "Remember that apartment when we saw one?" The moment it came out of his mouth, I saw his expression morph into surprise, like a secret he wasn't supposed to tell. I said, "I thought you said you didn't remember." He just went quiet. I've had a lot of weird things happen to me. Dreams before deaths. I'm in college now, but from the age of 9 through 17, I went to a music camp a few hours from my house in the mountains in the middle of nowhere. I loved it every year. It was magical. It was all thanks to a very old woman who owned the property with her husband till the 50s. Anyways, she was very elderly, and her oldest son lived with her and was also pretty old. He ends up passing away beginning of the semester in August from long-term illness and complications. I didn't know him very well. He only conducted for the most advanced students, who I wasn't grouped with until my last few years. Can't remember the days of the week exactly, but for ease I'll say I had a very long and difficult dream on Monday night. Can't remember the details of it very clearly, but I remember waking up in the middle of the night panting as if I had been holding my breath. So I was hot and my heart was pounding and a sense of dread so bad I had to turn my lights on just to be sure there wasn't a maniac about to stab me. I managed to go back to sleep and continue my routine on Tuesday as if it hadn't happened. I later find out Friday that he had died late into Monday night and early Tuesday morning. Sad news that it hit, but also got me realizing that I had woken up panicking the same night. Fast forward to winter break. I have a similar dream and wake up panting and gasping. I was hot and disoriented and scared again. This time it was actually Friday morning around 2 a.m. because I checked my phone to use the flashlight to scan my room and make sure it was safe. I go back to sleep and wake up to texts from friends in several different states who had gone to camp with me. The sweet old woman who had co-founded the camp had passed early in the morning. This time it hit even harder that I had that dream again. Last instance. I had a neighbor who lived across the street and over one house to the left. I'd seen him as a kid, but as I grew older, I'd started to forget about what she looked like and her voice and such. This was after high school. I was maybe 20 then. It had been years since I'd had any bad dreams like the ones I'd had with the camp-fonding family, and, well... Anyways, it was summer. My mom comes and asks if I'd be willing to help her neighbor since she'd recently had a stroke and her family was out of state at that point and had been looking bored and didn't see why I didn't just go and do it. So I do, and we have a blast. I set up a routine. Every Monday I take her grocery shopping, and every Tuesday I go in and visit her and cook and just generally be silly. It was honestly a highlight looking back at it. So I'm leaving Thursday, and she says she'll call me if she needs me Monday, because some people had known about her condition and brought her food and goodies. She doesn't know if she needs to shop again so soon. I go home and forget relatively soon, and, well, she'd said anything... Well, I don't even know what they're writing here, but then Saturday night I have another horrid dream and I wake up as usual, panting hot and scared. Now, since it had been a few years since the last dreams at this scale, I don't immediately put it together. It's the weekend and still summer vacation, so I just kick my sheet off and finish my night. Then Monday rolls around. She doesn't call. I remember that maybe she doesn't need me. I let it slide. I go out with friends that night, and then Thursday comes, no one calls, and I think maybe she's got somebody else, or she's tired, or something. Next Monday rolls around. I get no calls, so I go over and ring the bell. I call her phone, it goes to voicemail. She also keeps her car in the garage and has a fence that keeps you from going to the front door and knocking, so I have no idea if the car is actually in there, and I can't peek into her living room or kitchen because of the locked fence. I go home and wait for Thursday, which comes and goes with no news, so I figured that she's dumped me and gotten an actual caretaker or something. It's not 2 weeks after. My mom breaks the news. While I was asleep, she had seen the ambulance and the police outside. They'd taken her body to the morgue. She had died 2 weeks prior when I had my last horrific dream from another stroke and had been in the house ever since till her son had to come check on her. I was the last person to see her speak and see her alive. I've had some weird things happen to me. Spirits. As a kid, I often called for my parents in the night. It was because I was afraid of the dark. I was afraid of what was in the dark, specifically in my closet. As normal and cliche as it is, I always felt much safer when the doors were closed. However, there would be times when if I slept with my back facing my room in the doorway, I'd get the feeling and mental image of a large figure either coming from deep my bed or maybe materializing in my room and running its fingers down my back. There were two forms it takes. One is a woman, and I can't tell if she's young or old, but she seems sad and angry. I think she lost her child, because her touch, as frightening as it was, tended to be more gentle, though I could feel the rage in her. She tended to materialize more in the room. The second's far bigger, and its touch more frightening. It's this giant figure draped in seaweed or rags or something, like a mummy, but not all stiff and decomposing. Seems more remorseful, but still has something horrific behind it. They don't seem to be very active now, and since I'm much older, I haven't really been in tune with them, you could say them. But my odd theory is they're somehow connected. Possibly they lost a child. Or maybe they were together and suffered. I also felt things in my dad's office, the living room, and the guest bathroom. My parents had been in this house for nearly 30 years and haven't really had anything odd happen to them at the time, but as far as I know, there isn't anything that happened in the house before them, or the land it's built on. Maybe they're attached to the house, or maybe they're attached to me. But at college, they can manifest as easily because of my current state or the sheer number of people around me. An old man keeps appearing to my family. My dad, my oldest brother, and a family friend had both seen this old man at different points in their life. When my dad was about 14 in his childhood home, he went downstairs to get a drink. He doesn't remember what time it was. It could have been 3 a.m. or it could have been 11 p.m. He doesn't remember. The living room door was already open. The hallway light was shining into the living room, making it dimly lit. My dad went to walk into the living room, but noticed an old man sitting in the chair in the left-hand corner. It was as he were facing directly into the room. My dad says he didn't feel scared or intimidated, he was just confused. My dad and the old man were just looking at each other for a solid 10 seconds before my dad walked into the living room, went to the kitchen, got his water, and came back. When he came back out into the kitchen, the old man was still sitting there, but his body was still the same direction as before, but the old man's head was facing my dad's direction. My dad walked past the old man once again and went back to bed. The next morning, my dad asked his dad, my granddad obviously, who his friend was and who was in the house. My granddad said he didn't have any friends over. About 20 years later, when my family moved into the house I now live in, I wasn't born at this point. My brother, who's about 7 years old, was the last one into the house. As you walk in the front door, the staircase is slightly to the right, but basically in front of you. My brother started screaming and crying, and my parents came running through. My dad asked him what was wrong, and my brother pointed up to the top of the staircase and explained that there was an old man up there staring at him. Just after Christmas of 2019, so not that long ago, my mom had 2 of her friends over. They've never been in the house before. My mom shouted me down, and she told me to ask a friend who's a bit older, but he just saw at the kitchen door. I asked him. He explained he looked up and saw an old man just standing there looking across at him, and then he just disappeared. I asked him for more details, but he struggled to describe what the old man looked like. He could only say that he looked relatively normal. I think my dad may have experienced a dimension shift. First of all, my dad hates liars, so I know for a fact he wouldn't bullshit me, and wouldn't keep a lie up for years like this. My dad and his friend Jamie were doing an all-nighter. We were about 17 years old, and we were out of their hometown. They went and sat down at a local primary school at around 2 or 3 a.m. They sat at the front entrance. The playground is around the back of the building. My dad says he closed his eyes and he has no idea if he fell asleep for 10 seconds, a minute, or even an hour. He has no clue. But he suddenly woke up to Jamie standing above him, looking down on him. My dad asked him what he was doing, and Jamie said something along the lines of, "Oh, nothing, I need to piss." Jamie started to walk away and about to turn the corner. My dad could see Jamie's shadow getting smaller and smaller. My dad once again closed his eyes and then fell asleep. Again, doesn't really know how long he slept for, but once he woke up to Jamie standing above him again. Confused, my dad asked him what he was doing. Jamie gave the exact same response of needing to go piss, and he started walking away again. My dad suddenly sat up and watched Jamie's shadow get smaller and smaller. Obviously, my dad was confused, so he got up and walked down, and my dad turned the corner a few seconds after Jamie. He looked down the long path and Jamie wasn't to be seen. My dad got freaked out and left the premises. Then a big gust of wind went right past my dad but didn't get to my dad, and it freaked him out even more. My dad ran home. The next day, my dad went up to Jamie's house and asked him what the fuck happened. So after my dad explained his side, Jamie looked really confused. Jamie explained that him and my dad were at the big tree in the playground the entire time with a big gust of wind hitting Jamie. When he turned around, my dad was gone from the entire area. So my dad and Jamie were both with each other, but in 2 places at once, and one of each set disappeared. Anybody have a theory on what this could have been? What the fuck is going on? Please help or send advice. I've been living with my boyfriend and his family for a little while now because of the COVID quarantine. They recently moved to a new house, and I've been sleeping on the couch in the basement since my boyfriend has a twin bed still and doesn't fit the both of us. I started to notice some weird stuff going on while attempting to sleep down there. There was this toy that was basically a Transformer jet airplane with a little speaker that made noises like it was flying. This toy started to go off seemingly at random throughout the night. The first few nights of this, it didn't freak me out enough to think anything was up. Maybe just an old messed up toy with a stuck button. Then a few nights later, it woke me up exactly 3 a.m. going off like crazy. It sounded like somebody was repeatedly pressing the button almost. I actually got really fed up because it woke me up in the middle of the night and ended up putting me upstairs. Despite it being on a different level, I could still hear it going off. That same night I could hear footsteps going up and down the stairs leading to the basement, but I did end up finally falling back asleep. The next day my boyfriend's mom returned the toy to the basement. At about 6 a.m. I was awoken again by the toy going off like all hell. It was going off so often that it wouldn't even complete the noise before starting again. I was mad at this point, began yelling at the toy and the spirit to stop and leave me alone. It got worse, then worse, and it got worse the more I yelled at it. I eventually grabbed the toy and threw it onto the back porch. For the next few nights nothing happened. That is until tonight. I woke up at 4 a.m. to water being poured or streaming onto my feet. Jumped up to investigate where it was coming from and what had just happened. As soon as I jumped up, the steady stream stopped. Only a few droplets of water were coming down once it stopped only a few seconds later. I investigated the ceiling and saw no water damage or sign of leakage. There was a pool of water on the leather couch that I sleep on, but I couldn't find an actual source for the water. Checked on all the animals and all of them were fast asleep. I was worried that the cat had peed on the couch. Even Wen made sure all the members of my boyfriend's family were asleep in case it was one of them trying to pull a prank on me, but they were all still in bed passed out. I hadn't even told anybody of the weird occurrences beside my boyfriend. I really don't know what's going on. Saw something about water poltergeist and I tried to look into this weird phenomenon, and I've never heard of water poltergeist before, but it seems to fit the situation. My daughter's friend. So I tried asking my daughter more questions. Wasn't getting any answers. So my 8-year-old took it upon herself to ask her more questions while they were playing. My daughter said that she plays with Ada through her memories, and that Ada is real, a regular person. And another thing, as I showed her the pictures again, she wasn't sure who Ada or who Sarah were right away. She said, "Who are they again?" She recognized them, but didn't know who they were right away. Once I told her, she knew though. I believe it may have been because she hasn't seen Ada in a while, and Ada showed herself as a child to my daughter and the pictures are of adults. Although the first time I showed her the pictures months ago, she knew who Ada was right away. And when shown Sarah, she said, "That's me." So my daughter just turned 4, about a year ago. She started talking about her friend Ada all the time. I thought she was just playing and using her imagination. She never actually would play with the friend in front of anybody, so she would just tell me about her friend who apparently met at Nana's, great-grandmother on father's side. I never really thought too much of it at first. One day we were pulling into a Walmart parking lot. My daughter pointed towards an apartment building next door. "That's where my friend Ada died." I was like, what the fuck? Tried to ask her what she meant by that, but she just repeated it and then changed the subject, as a toddler often does. I was weirded out, but again just shrugged it off. A few months later, we're pulling into the same parking lot, and she said it again. That's when I knew it wasn't normal toddler imagination. It was just too strange. Tried to ask her more about Ada, and she would just bring her up, but couldn't get any real answers. She only brought Ada up occasionally, so it wasn't something we would talk about every day. It all came to a head one day when my daughter's stepmom texted me asking me if I knew about my daughter's friend Ada. She said I did, and she told me that she'd been talking about this Ada Carter and her sister Sarah. She decided to Google their names. She found record of the sisters, with pictures, and sent them to me. The girl who was Sarah looked exactly like my daughter, only a young adult instead. They had the same big black eyes and black hair, same features. They look related for sure. The girl Ada looked exactly like my oldest daughter also. Seriously weird. But the icing on the cake was that there was also a picture of their mother, whose name was Betsy Larson, the last name of my kid's father's grandparents, the last name of my kid's Nana, whose house my daughter had apparently met Ada at. And the thing that gave us no doubt about it was the same picture of the mother that we found online was hanging in their Nana's house. The grandfather, who would have known these relatives, passed away years ago, so we couldn't ask him about them. Asked their Nana and she doesn't know who they are. Ada, Sarah, and Betsy are all deceased. Ada passed away in the 1970s, completely convinced that my daughters communicated with Ada's spirit, and almost believed that she may have been Sarah in a past life. The one thing that's strange is that my daughter says Ada's a little girl, just like her, but Ada died as an adult. There's no doubt that the people we found online are related to my kids and their father. They have distinct features that just made everything all the more convincing. My daughter said many things that have made me believe that she can see things beyond this realm. But this one is by far the most unexplainable. I'm convinced my daughter's ancestors have communicated with her. The York House Inn. My in-laws wanted to get a getaway trip for the weekend. We all live in South Carolina, right on the border near Georgia. My in-laws are fans of bed and breakfast type places, so typically the best ones to go to on vacation are in Charleston, South Carolina. That's a 4-hour drive they didn't feel like making. They found a historical house. It was in Georgia called the York House. It was made into a bed and breakfast apparently some years ago. It's only maybe a half an hour or an hour drive. It was reasonably priced. They left on a Friday and arrived at the inn around the middle of the afternoon. The inn is L-shaped and has 2 floors. The balcony is on each floor and goes to the full length in front of the inn. Well, no one was at the hotel except a man working the front desk. They said the inside was quaint and, although old, had a rustic feel that was nice. The man behind the desk didn't have a lot of emotion to him, didn't speak much. Not unusual, but a little off-putting. They were brought to their room and the man left. My mother-in-law got an instant uneasy feeling. She didn't say anything to my father-in-law because she didn't want to start anything or make a big deal out of it, but she definitely didn't want to go into the room, so she suggested that they go out onto the balcony. The balcony had many wooden rocking chairs on it. My mother-in-law said she kept looking out of the corner of her eye and felt like somebody was sitting next to her, but every time she looked, there would be nobody there. They sat there for maybe an hour or so. They went out for dinner. My mother-in-law said the creepy feeling went away while they were gone, but instantly came back when they went back to the inn. My mother-in-law and my father-in-law go down to get her purse from the car. And while there, my father-in-law said he kept getting the feeling like he was being watched from an upstairs window. Of course, every time he looked, there was no one there. It was around 9 p.m. by this time. When he returned to the room, my mother-in-law finally broke her silence and said, "I'll stay here the night, but I know I'm not going to sleep at all if I do." My father-in-law, who also was getting really creeped vibe but not saying anything, decided that they would leave and go home at 9 p.m. at night. As they were going downstairs, they came up and the man working there, he had his hand all held out already, like he was expecting them to come down and give him the key to their room. They drove an hour and a half into the night back home, and Mother refused to bring any belongings into their room in the house and ended up throwing her whole coach purse away. That was because she was that level of creeped out. Welcome to Paranormal M, your gateway to the world of the supernatural. Don't forget to subscribe and activate notifications to stay in the loop with our creepy content. Enjoy the thrill of the unknown. I lived in a nursing home. When I was 15, I lived in a nursing home. My mom worked there. And at the time, we were living in an already haunted home. I've posted about it on here already before, and that was falling apart. We had to move out fast. My mom was close with the owner of the facility that she worked at. The owner knew about her situation and offered for us to stay at the facility. There was an entire wing of rooms that had not been used in years. It was kept clean, but nobody really stayed in it. The owner of the facility told my mom that we could have the last 2 rooms at the end of the hallway. They're each across from each other. The doors to the wing were big, heavy ones. They were really loud when they were being used. The staff and residents didn't use this wing. That was because there was really nothing in there for anybody. It was just rooms with beds. Things were fine for a while. The only thing that I felt for the first few months there was our wing never really felt empty. The walk down to our rooms felt creepy. It just felt like there were people looking at you. The first small thing that really happened was one of my little sisters and I were goofing off with my mom's phone. That was while she was off working. We were recording ourselves, taking in, talking in silly voices and making silly sounds. At this point, I had the phone recording, but my sister and I were silent. We didn't know what to do or what to say anymore, so I stopped recording. The next day we went through all the recordings so we could hear how funny we sounded. Forgot about the last recording having no sound, and I played it. It was silent for a second, and then we heard a sound that was like someone drawing in a deep breath. We were shocked and we were really scared. The next thing that happened really scared me. It was nighttime and my mom was working. My sister was across the hall sleeping. I was watching TV. It was a normal night, nothing out of the ordinary, when all of a sudden the door to the room I was in started getting pounded on so heavily. It sounded like the door was going to bust down. I was startled. I said, "Hello?" No one answered. As the pounding was going on, the door handle started shaking like somebody was trying to get in. Mind you, I always left the door unlocked in case my sister woke up and needed me for anything. The pounding on the door was so violent and loud, I was afraid it was going to wake my sister across the hall. As it got louder and harder, I got scared, so I went and hid in the bathroom that was in the room. I was in there listening to the ruckus. I thought, wait, if someone came into the wing, I would have heard the doors open and latch shut. I knew then that there was no way there was an actual person banging on that door like that. It went on for about 5 minutes and then it stopped abruptly. I was shaken, but went down to the hallway to see if there were any dents in the door. There weren't, and there was no one out there either. I went in to check on my sister, and she was sound asleep. I went out and asked the staff if they had heard anything coming from our wing, and they said they hadn't. I even asked if a resident had somehow gotten into our wing, and they told me that everybody was in bed and accounted for. I knew it wasn't a resident, but there was no way any of them could have pounded on the door that violently. And nothing ever happened again, at least while we lived there, luckily. I have a ghost for a roommate. How do I talk to him? On 4 separate occasions, myself and 3 other people have seen an entity in my apartment, in which 2 who saw it at my apartment describe it as an older man in his 40s or maybe 50s. The first time I was having a video call with somebody was while I was eating pizza in my kitchen. A few moments after I left the kitchen, my friend asked if I was going to share with my roommate. I lived alone. They described it as a black shadow in the background. I didn't think much of it as maybe just somebody walking by. The second time, a girlfriend of mine claimed she could communicate with spirits. She asked her to, and, basically, the conversation was very short, but it went along the lines of this. "Are you here?" "I'm here." "Does he know about you?" "Yeah." "Okay, bye." She got spooked, I guess, and cut it short. As we were leaving, she said that he was staring at us from my porch, an older man. third time I had a friend over who said that they were sensitive to spirit energy, and they could communicate. The second we walked in my apartment, she felt the energy, said he was harmless, but maybe just lonely. She felt him in the kitchen, and when we were leaving, she said that he was watching from the porch. I never mentioned the other encounter to her before this. The fourth time, I was live streaming on Twitch. I wish I saved this clip because I looked at the corner of my screen and somebody walked past me coming from my kitchen to my porch. It looked like a black shadow, kind of. But so today I talked to a medium. Now before I say what she said to me about the spirit, I never gave her any details on my experience with this spirit. I never told her of any of the other encounters other people have had either. But she claims it was like a middle-aged man named Joe. He had died of a heart attack sometime in the 90s. At first I was like, okay, sure. But then she said a couple of things that kind of caught my attention. She said that he likes my pets, which is funny because I swear I only see my cat looking up at somebody. But I mean, it could just be in my mind running with the thought, but sometimes I swear that cat's looking at someone. Another thing that he mentioned was he liked my guitar. He had one just like it. My guitar's a 90s Peavey, which would make sense if he had supposedly died sometime in the 90s. The other thing he said is that, he said it with a smile, is that he likes pizza. This is what really caught my attention. The first encounter I had with him, he was behind me in the kitchen while I was eating pizza while just video chatting with a friend. I asked her what he didn't like that I did, and she goes, he doesn't like it when you play loud music. I play in a rock band and we used to practice in my spare room. Needless to say, it got pretty loud in here. She says he's a good spirit, enjoys when I have company over, and just likes to make his presence known. Tonight when I got home, I went into my bedroom and lay down. I felt a sudden rush of energy and emotion as I sat on my bed and my light started flickering in my room. I think it was the spirit. Honestly, I'm not sure what to make of any of this, but I wanted to share this in a group of like-minded folks. I'd like to establish a direct communication with the spirit, learn more about it, and who it was as a human. I have a couple of ghost apps on my phone, but they seem really gimmicky. I was thinking of trying a Ouija board, but that seems like it could be a whole other story. Anybody have any suggestions on how this could, possibly make me form a better connection with the spirit? Any thoughts at all on this? She said his name was Joseph Swanson, likes to be called Joe. I don't know how long my landlord has owned this building, but I'm going to try to find out anything I can, if that person even exists. Not on a cartoon, that is. The Black Mass. This happened about 8 years ago. Never told this story in its entirety. But anyways, I was hanging out with one of my female friends one night. We decided to go for a walk to a nearby park. We had a bottle of spiced rum that we planned on drinking once we got there, but we ended up having some on the way. The walk to the park was about 2 or 3 miles from where we started. It took us a little over half an hour to get there. So it was around 7 p.m. It was early fall in Minnesota, so it had just started getting dark when we got to the park. We're talking and drinking and mess around at the park, and for a little while this happens before we decide to go sit on one of the benches that they have there. It's getting a little later at this point, and a bit cold. That's when the sun was setting, so we huddled up on the bench and continued drinking and talking for another good hour. The sun finally sets, and we're just having a casual conversation about God knows what. That's when we start hearing like a low hum. Neither of us thought too much about it, thinking it was just construction or traffic or whatever. But seeing as we're in a public park, it's a very populated part of the town with houses within throwing distance in a direction. So we ignored it, continued our conversation as it got a bit darker. We didn't have a plan for what we were going to do after, opting to just see where the night takes us. Here's where it gets weird. as we're just chilling on the bench and we were facing an open baseball field with minimal fencing. It's dark by now, and as we're talking, we start hearing the low hum again. But this time it's louder. You can kind of hear which direction it's coming from. We both stop and look across the field to see what looks to be a shadow. We sit there and watch it for a second as it kind of sways, thinking maybe it's just a person. About 30 seconds pass and this thing starts getting larger and closer. We're freaking out now because this black mass is probably about 12 feet tall and maybe 6 feet across. It's coming towards us. Gets maybe within 20 yards of us, and then nothing. I blacked out, waking up the next morning on the porch of my mother's house about a mile away from where we were. I had a terrible headache, although that might have been from the rum. My mom's freaking out because, well, she's asking why I've cuts and bruises everywhere, thinking I got into a fight or something. I told her I had no idea. Sat there for a couple of hours trying to recollect my night, trying to figure out what happened. Then I get a call from a friend I was with. She was in the hospital with a broken wrist and a few scrapes. She asked me what happened, and I didn't even have an answer. She told me she didn't remember anything after the low hum and woke up at the hospital. To this day, I have no idea what actually happened that night. I've since lost contact with the friend I was with, but last time I talked to her, she had no more answers than me. I'd love to know if anybody's had anything similar happen. If anybody's interested in where this happened, look up Cavell Park in northeast Minneapolis, Minnesota. I haven't heard or had anything else happen in this area, so I don't know if, well, don't know everything that goes on, but I would like some answers. And I'd like to point out that if you're walking to a park in the middle of the night with a bottle of rum, and you wake up injured, both parties wake up injured, I think everybody has an idea on what might have happened. Especially since you're no longer friends. The worst case of demonic possession ever. Halloween is near, and here I am to boost the hype up for you guys. So all the horror movie fans out there, most of you might be familiar with the 2005 horror movie The Exorcism of Emily Rose. But did you know that the movie's based on a true event that took place in 1975 in West Germany? The event is so shocking that if you read the whole post, a couple of sleepless nights are guaranteed. The incident is about a girl named Anneliese Michel, born in 1952 in West Germany's Klingenberg. As a child, she was said to be brought up in a very religious way by her Catholic parents. She was termed as a very bright young girl. Everything was okay until 1968. That's when the 16-year-old experienced her first epileptic seizure, experienced paranormal presence for the first time. Over the next 4 years, she experienced 3 more seizures, even after doctors examined her and found nothing severe to describe her condition. She was prescribed some medication, but this did little to no good to her. By 1973, Anneliese was already suffering from depression, but things got worse after that. She started hallucinating demonic faces and hearing voices during praying. Told that she was damned to rot in hell. She also complained about smelling feces and burned objects which weren't there. Other people would also state that they smelt the same smells. She also exhibited intolerance to holy objects such as crucifixes, Bibles, holy water, and so on. She was unable to visit the church. It was reported that once as she was walking toward a holy shrine, she felt the ground burning her feet. By this time, Anneliese was convinced that she was possessed, blamed her mother for it because her mother had a child before marriage, and Anneliese believed the curse for her infidelity passed on to Anneliese. Her parents by this time were also convinced that she was possessed, contacted a local priest for an exorcism request, which was denied the first time. In the meantime, she started showcasing even stranger behavior, such as hurting herself and her family. Also started consuming spiders, flies, and worst of all, her own urine. She also showcased inhuman strength. It's reported that she could throw her sister around the room as if she was nothing more than a rag doll. It's also rumored that she once bit the head off a bird and ate it. She became even more sick considering the stuff she did and blamed herself for all of it, stating it was just because of her past wrongdoings. The bishop in 1975 finally granted the Michelle family request for an exorcism. A priest named Arnold Renz was given the responsibility of performing the exorcism. The first exorcism was performed in September 1975, which was then followed by 60+ more exorcism sessions. In the sessions, Annalise would scream in terrifying demonic voices, was said to be possessed by 6 demons named Lucifer, Cain, Judas, Hitler, Nero, and Fleischmann. Annalise eventually stopped eating as she stated the demons within her wouldn't let her eat. Her physical condition became very concerning as she only lost weight and just became extremely sick. But surprisingly, she also showed incredible strength even then. The exorcism sessions would benefit the poor little girl very little. She died on the 1st of July 1976. It's reported that she predicted her death beforehand accurately. Her dead body was estimated to weigh only about 68 pounds. After her death, the 2 priests and Michael parents were prosecuted and put on trial during 1978. The court was presented the tapes and the priests had recorded during the exorcism sessions. You guys can find some of the recordings on YouTube, but fair warning, the audio clips are extremely disturbing. The court ruled the priests suspended for 3 years and fined them, but none of the 4 accused served any jail time. After that, the Michaels requested the body of their daughter to be exhumed and buried again in a better funeral. Many thought that was the end of the horrific event, but they were very wrong. On June 6, 2013, the house where Annalise lived and died caught up in flames. Locals reported seeing a figure which was believed to be of Annalise. While the mayor said it was the work of teenagers, the terrifying part about it is that it was the 6th day of the 6th month of the year of 2013, which means 2 + 1 + 3 = 6. That's 3 6s, 666, or the devil's number. The Bone Pit. I had a wonderful childhood exploring the woods in a rural small village in Finland. We had so many beautiful places to play in. You went through every nook and cranny. We had a lot of abandoned barns and houses, and when the elderly didn't get anybody to continue the family business of running a farm, a lot of places just got forgotten. Also, places couldn't be sold because the location was too remote or houses too moldy to fix. I missed the lovely ring of old spruces near my house. It was spooky how the trees grew in a perfect circle. It sometimes got fairy rings of mushrooms inside it too. But that place got torn apart and a sparkling new road was built on it. Shame. So there were a lot of spots to check out. We got them all memorized. We'd go through the whole village in a day sometimes. We wanted to check out the same spot again. We played an there's this awesome place underneath a willow tree on the riverbank. Or it was in this swing-shaped tree in the woods. Wherever we knew there was something cool. We knew the place was like the inside of our pockets. There was this one weird anomaly that, you could never find it twice again in the same place. First time I found it, I was 7 or 9. I was playing in a small meadow near my cousin's house. Stumbled upon a small pit in the ground, big enough for an adult to fit in, curled up in a fetal position. Didn't seem to have anything growing on it. It had sun-bleached bones in it, though. They seemed to be swine bones, and they were in pieces. No skulls or ribs to be seen, but I had found pig bones before, even cow bones. They were sometimes the only signs that somebody lived there after a dilapidated house had collapsed or something like that. But this was at a meadow, though. But I still don't really think too much about it. I'd dump bones a bit further away from my house, too. Perfectly reasonable. But then something caught the attention of, young little me. I looked away from the pit, and when I turned my attention back to it, having taken no more than 4 steps away from it, I couldn't see anybody there anymore. Or can't see that there anymore. So I did a circle around the area and even parted some grass from the meadow. Thought maybe it was covered or hidden by grass, but I just didn't remember it. Couldn't find it. Yelled over at my cousin, who I was exploring with at the time, and told her what happened. She just shrugged and told me, "Yeah, it just disappears sometimes." Continued walking. She was a very untrustworthy person, so I thought she was just yanking my chain again. Tried looking for it a bit more, even to just spite her for trying to fool me again. It had been on the meadow, on the edge of the dark old forest, but I couldn't find it anywhere near the woods. Went up down to the edge of the woods in search of it. I only stopped looking when my cousin had walked quite a distance away from me, so I had to run after her to catch up. I did find the pit again next year. I remembered it, and it looked the same as ever, and no grass had grown inside it still. Wanted to inspect the bones closer, but decided against it, feeling a bit creeped out at this point. I turned my back to tell my friends about what I'd found, still standing except for turning my head, and when I looked back it was gone. Most of all, I felt frustrated. I was pissed I couldn't show anybody else the bone pit. Felt like the damn thing was taunting me. One time my little sister found it and yelled excitedly and a bit spooked about how there's bones there, come look, but I was already frustrated of it and I just told her, yeah, sure. I was just dismissing her. She was not satisfied with this, wanted to share this experience with someone, so she fetched Mom, dragged her by the arm to the spot, and it was gone. She was perplexed and searched around, parting the grass, even crawling a bit to find it, but to no avail. I told her to just let it be, and Mom had this fake, but my mom had this supportive mom aura about her. I was telling my sister how she's sure there was a bunch of old bones here just now, and oh yes, sure, that must have made my sister more agitated, feeling like nobody would believe her. I didn't know why I didn't tell her about it in more detail. Must have been real cranky that day for some reason. Thinking about walking over there just to have her pit disappear again on me just made me crankier. Earlier this year, I met up with my sister and mother and started reminiscing over some old memories when the focus went to the weird and scary stuff we experienced. So the bone pit came up. Sister told me how frustrated she was to never have anybody believe her. I told her then how I actually did believe her, but I was just cranky since I knew the nature of the pit. It would disappear before anybody would come up to it. She got animated and wide-eyed and just happy somebody actually believed her and had witnessed it too. Wondered if the ground on the meadow was just too bumpy, maybe the pit couldn't be seen from any other but one angle. But to be honest, that felt quite unlikely. It would have disappeared in us 3 times in places we knew really well. 20 years later, I still feel like it's just some apparition, which just appeared and disappeared with no explanation or reason. My first hotel. A couple of years ago, I got a job as a security officer at a resort with an indoor water park. I was on the overnight shift. During my training there, the night manager, we'll call John, told me about how the hotel was one of the last places that a child was last seen alive before disappearing. Can't go into too many details, as the hotel is reopened under a new name, but I was more of a skeptic during this time. So I really believe John and I went about my training. A little later, I began to hear a loud tapping noise in one section of the resort. It sounded like somebody tapping on the ductwork in the hallway. I showed one of the hotel engineers, but they weren't sure what was causing this tapping. So not long after first hearing the tapping, I was checking the hotel fire extinguishers during one shift. One extinguisher was near an emergency exit inside the lower restaurant. The exit door only had a handle on the inside of the door and couldn't be opened from the exterior. That's when there was a loud slamming sound against the door in the dark restaurant. Startled but thinking that somebody was playing a prank, I opened the door to my new fallen slow but found no What? I opened the door to new fallen slow but found no footprints. Snow indeed. Opened the door to new fallen snow, but found no footprints in it or going to or from the door. Another time in the lower restaurant's kitchen, I was walking toward the door into the dining area. That's when I saw something the staff reported for years. A tall shadow figure sliding along the wall through the swinging door. Turned around, walked straight into the office. I left for a while but returned. Upon returning, my old shift partner and I started to test this entity. Like multiple but pretty bad ideas, no less. We would sit in the hotel spa and wait for stuff to happen. Felt a coldness touch my elbow in one of the rooms. I had a witness, like a shadow figure, peer out of the separate room before disappearing back behind the doorframe, and I noticed the figure. And a few days later, we heard two voices. One a female, childlike voice, and another deeper, almost demonic-like. And a set of loud footsteps going up the stairs, but found nobody inside the entire spa after clearing it. Though it was interesting to challenge whatever's, permanently inhabiting the hotel, it would have consequences. Fast forward a month or two. The hotel is officially closed after being bought out by a competitor. As security staff, we were given 60 days of extended employment under the law. This meant, working alone in the middle of the night, in an empty building, with what seemed to be multiple entities. It all started with the random banging sounds that echoed through the halls, including the time that my old shift partner and I heard what sounded like a bowling ball falling down the stairs. 2 police officers saw an old food warmer violently shake inside the lower restaurant. One refused to check on me afterwards. The same location that I would later see a floating gray mass. There were 2 times that I would hear loud childlike screams like emanating from the restaurant. I never did investigate either instance. I was alone and unarmed with no way to easily call for help. Finally, I began to see shadows inside the water park. These would show up in various locations on the child's splash tower, but one watched me start my patrols one night. After hearing a loud bang, I looked up to the slide tower to see a solid black mass. It looked like a pair of head and shoulders staring down at me as I walked through the park. I haven't returned to that property either as an employee or as a guest. Something tried to lure me to my death. I was out hiking along the river during the summer. That's when the river water was pretty low. It's still a good 300 yards at least from one side of the riverbed to the other. While I was focusing on taking photos of a rock formation, I started hearing what I thought was a man yelling my name at me from the other side of the river. When I started looking for the person yelling, I saw really nobody there, despite being able to hear them. Out of nowhere, I heard the same very loud and distinct guttural male voice screaming, "Help me!" and the sound of breaking branches. I don't know why, but rude instincts told me to run as fast as I could to the other direction, despite normally wanting to run toward danger when help is needed. Literally ran until I was lost and hopped someone's back fence only to be greeted with a ton of bones all over their backyard. Took an hour running around like a chicken with its head cut off to find my way out again. Been looking for news reports of police, like something about an assault or something out there would explain the screaming, and I never found anything. So what about the pile of bones? Lady screaming in the middle of the night. I was sleeping over at my friend's house one night. After playing some video games, we decided to go to sleep. It's around 3 a.m. and I randomly woke up to the sounds of what I thought was my friend's mom arguing with someone. All I heard was a woman screaming and crying, "$7? You did it for $7? About 3 or 4 times. Each time increasing in intensity. $7! My friend was asleep next to me, but no matter how much I shook him, he wouldn't wake up. The most I got was a moan of him brushing me off before rolling over. At first, I felt very awkward, so I stayed inside my friend's room, not wanting to get involved in his family business. It wasn't my place to, but when the screaming got even more intense, I thought if I didn't try to stop the situation from escalating, someone was going to get hurt. So despite how much I didn't want to, I got up and walked toward the door, grabbed the door handles as a lady's beginning to scream again. "You did it!" When I opened the door. And in the instant I opened the door, the screaming stopped and it was dead silent and pitch black without a single light on the rest of the house. I flicked on the light. Nobody. I said, "Hello, is everything okay?" No response. Shut the door, literally dragged my friend off the bed so he had no choice but to wake up, told him what happened, and we stayed up the rest of the night. The next morning he asked his parents if something had happened that night before. They both said no. They had slept all through the night. Actually, one of the scariest experiences of my life. $7. You did that for $7? Boarding school. I have a few stories from when I was in boarding school in the middle of the jungle in Southeast Asia. We had smaller chalets that fit 2 people clustered all over a college. These chalets had a front door to a smaller common area that leads to 2 doors to separate the 2 bedrooms. It was around 1 or 2 a.m. I was just finishing with my revision for the night, and I was just about to call it a night. Heard the front door open and immediately slam shut. Thought my roommate was having a bad night, so I called his name, no reply. Thought it was a bit weird, but didn't think much of it to give him some space. Heard the same thing happen to his bedroom door, so I just left it. About 30 minutes later, I start hearing loud banging from his room. It sounded like all of his cupboards and shelves were being opened and slammed shut super violently. This was when I got up to check on him. I was also worried that somebody had gotten into his room and was trying to steal stuff. Please note that this college was notorious for monkeys sneaking in and around our rooms trying to find food, so I was looking out for them as well. When I opened his bedroom door, everything looked normal. Nobody was in the room. I got freaked out and went back to my room to call my roommate. That's when he picked up the phone and he told me he was staying over at his friend's place for the night. That's when the noises started kicking off again. At this point, I'm too freaked out to go back to his room, so I locked the door and stayed in my room. I thought that my mind was just playing tricks with me, so I started to look out my window to see if anybody was messing with me. That's when I saw one of the security guards walk by our chalet. After a quick chat, the guard told me that he was called in for a noise complaint. He had been hearing the noises as well, and to stay in my room and to not interact with or entertain or whatever it was. He told me that these types of things happen regularly since we were in the middle of the jungle. College in the jungle. I like it. Creepy granny story. My life is full of stuff like that. Sometimes it's, even scary how often it happens. That time completely shocked me. Couldn't sleep for about a week, so I was home alone and it was late. So I was trying to get to bed. For some reason, I was feeling so terrified all evening. My heart rate was so fast, I was sweating and I was shaking. I have some problems with panic attacks. I thought this was one of them. So I tried to calm myself, swallowed some pills, and went to bed. Around 1 a.m., I started to wake up because of noises, steps and knocks. So I was exhausted. I was falling back asleep almost instantly. Sometime later, sounds stopped, and so was my panic. I thought that it's okay for now and I can fully relax and have some sleep. As expected, I was wrong. Almost immediately after I closed my eyes, I started to see a strange dream. I was in my room and nothing was different. All my stuff was at its place. The only thing, it wasn't night outside, it was evening. Sun already down and the sky was all red. Actually, it was kind of terrifying. So I stood up on the bed, decided to go drink some water. Turned out the door was locked. I panicked because I don't even have a lock on my door. I don't know what to do, so I sit back on bed and start reading my phone to call someone. Well, panic level was too high. Suddenly a door opened. I froze in fear. A strange man in a black outfit, completely bald and without a face, was standing there. "You may come in, Grandma." Then some old lady actually entered my room, came toward me, and sat on the bed next to me. The man in the doorway disappeared and the door closed loudly. Granny started talking to me. Never saw her before, by the way, and she just looked very sad, almost like crying. Wanted to calm her, but she refused and started speaking. "My dear, I'm really sorry for what I'm going to do, but I'm completely alone. All my family and friends already died so long ago. I have no one. Afraid at this point, you're the only one who can help me." She started crying. I'm so sorry, I have no choice." I stood up and she laid on my bed. I was really confused and didn't know what was happening. Suddenly a very bright thought just appeared in my head. so fast and strong like a lightning strike. I realized the old lady was laying on my bed in the same pose and position that I fall asleep. I started choking and woke up almost with a scream. I was so freaked out I jumped out of my bed, turned on the lights, and I couldn't sleep at all that night. So I just watched some, YouTube till dawn. Around 7 a.m. I heard ambulances at our house. I was scared to go out of my apartment to see what happened. Sometime later my grandma told me that our neighbor from the lower floor had passed out. And yes, it was a lonely old lady. I think I'll never forget that night. The White House. No, not that White House. This is a house that I lived in when I was a teenager. In my family, we referred to it as the White House because that's what it was, a big split-level white house with a big porch. We lived in a very small town at the time. We lived on the outskirts of town in a pretty tiny cabin in the woods. On our rides into town for groceries or to go to school, we would ride past a house on Main Street. It was different from the other houses. It was different in that it was set very far back on its plot, so the front yard was bigger than all the other houses. It was also different in that it was fairly big, at least compared to the neighboring houses. Had a long driveway and an old carriage barn at the end of it. No one lived there, though, for some reason. I always got an ominous feeling from the house. But the summer that I was 12. Well, my mom came home one day. She told me that we were moving, and that she had already found a place and that it was in town. The next day, she asked me if I wanted to ride into town with her so she'd show me the house that she lined up. I was excited to see where we'd be living since we'd been living in the country since we moved to that town. When she pulled into the long driveway of our new place, the one thing I said to her was, "I don't like this house." It was an ominous house. She was understandably irritated with me and replied, "Well, too bad." A week later, we packed up and moved in. Despite my bad feeling about the house, it was pretty nice inside. Moved inside the bottom unit. There's a unit above us that was empty. There were 3 bedrooms and they all had their own full bathrooms. There was also a functional wood-burning fireplace. Thought that was hella cool. Chose the bedroom off the kitchen at the back of the house. Had a built-in counter and cabinets. As we were moving in, I started noticing little things about the house. Like there were floodlights in the living room walls, all the kitchen cabinets had numbers on the inside of their doors. All their shelves were lettered. Found a paper taped to the edge of one of these shelves that had Richard Snyder's Meds written on it. That's when my mom told me that the house was like an old county mental health facility at one point. I didn't think too much of it. It was pretty chill for about a month. That was until we started hearing things upstairs. It sounded like somebody dragging something across the floor up there. We would hear footsteps and somebody walking up the stairs to the unit. At one point, my mom even went to check the door upstairs and it was locked to make sure. She wanted to make sure no one was breaking in or squatting up there. It was locked. She called the landlord, asked him if anybody was working up there. He said no one had been up there since we moved in. Strange. For the rest of the summer, my stepsister stayed with us. We spent a lot of time outside exploring the new space. We were interested in the carriage barn, especially. We weren't supposed to play in there because it was the garage for the upstairs unit. We had our own attached garage. But since nobody lived up there and the carriage barn was unlocked, my mom said we could go in there, but to be careful not to fuck with anything. Apparently, there was a ladder that went up to the upper part of the barn. It was a very old-looking ladder, and we didn't really trust it, so we didn't look up there. There was also a little cute, windowed room in there. There were built-in shelves and a table in the center of the room. There was also an old piano in this room. For some reason, when we went into that room, we started to pretend that we were ghost hunters. We were asking who was there and who they were, and, well, we even left questions on a pad of paper. Left it in there with a pen. Nothing happened that, but mind you, the only thing that we knew about this property was that it was an old county mental health place. And that really wasn't that frightening to us. We just felt that that carriage barn had more to it. We stopped playing there after a few days. Nothing significant happened in the house until autumn of the first year there. I had my best friend at the time. We were there after school. We were in my room shouting the shit, and we just both saw a man. He was in a yellow coat standing at the stove. He was there long enough for us to notice him, but gone before we could see him clearly. That was the only time I ever saw something in that house. The other times were like things on the TV going on and off, or the channels changing on their own. If we were listening to CDs, they would skip tracks or the volumes would fluctuate. The other was feeling like you weren't alone. Whatever was there made me feel scared. I never really that scared. It actually sometimes felt friendly, and sometimes it felt sad. It felt like it just wanted to let us know that it was there, but that we could all live together. It was strange, but nothing that was too bad for me, given the shit I've experienced in the past. One thing I didn't like was that my little sister saw something. She was very young at the time. She was 2 years old, and she pointed at my mom's closet and told me, "A guy go in there." The strangest thing that happened in that house happened to me. I was 14 at the time. This is going to sound like sleep paralysis, but I'm not completely sure really what it was. It was around 12 a.m. I was just about to sleep. That's when my body started to feel like there was static coursing through it. It felt like someone sitting on the edge of my bed, but I couldn't see them. All I could hear was static and whispers and a car engine starting up. The car sounded like it was coming from the direction of the carriage barn. I also felt inexplicably sad to the core. I tried to scream, but no sound would come out of my mouth. I was trying so hard to scream that my throat hurt. I tried to move, but every movement that I made was like stop motion. I couldn't stand no matter how hard I tried, so I crawled off my bed. And toward my bedroom door. Finally made it to the threshold of my doorway, and the sun was up. The feeling in my body faded. I slowly stood up. My body was getting ready to leave for work when she saw me standing there. She said I didn't look so good. I asked if I was okay. Told her that I didn't sleep well, but she said that she's called the school for me, told me to stay home. I was honestly fucking shook. I don't know how to explain to her what happened, so I just didn't. It wasn't until after we moved out that my mom told me that, really what she learned about this house. There was a man who lived there long before. It was a mental health facility, and his name was Kenny Whitney. He lived there and he gave piano lessons. He was also a gay man. When he came out to his family, they disowned him. He drove his car into the carriage barn, started it up, and breathed in the fumes, and he killed himself. I think that's what happened to me, was Kenny trying to tell me who he was or tell me what happened. When I go back to that town, I feel drawn to that house, catch myself staring at it when I pass it. I dream about it often find myself wishing I could live in it again. Ghost of Christmas Past. A haunted hotel stayed right after the holidays. My family, being me, my husband, and my daughter, who just turned a year old, went to a spa and hotel right after Christmas. It was a supposed haunted place. They even offer ghost tours and ghost packages. I think that sort of thing is fun, but it seemed like a way for a hotel to make extra money, so I didn't really think of it as being really haunted. Went to high school in Colorado. We visited the Stanley Hotel. I don't mind spooky stuff at all. But anyways, this hotel was located in a small town with hot springs that was built upon because the water supposedly had healing and medicinal properties. There's not really a ton to do there. The town itself was kind of sad and kind of worn down. We went through the town museum that showed the history of the town and the bathhouses and got lunch. When we got back to our hotel, we were down the hall. You could hear radio blasting. It was distorted. It was so loud. And as we got closer, it wasn't just on one channel. It was scanning through different stations. As we stood outside our door to unlock it, we realized the blasting radio was coming from our room. The maid had come in before we left for lunch, so nobody should have been in there. And aside, my dad works for hotels. There's a couple of things I always do because I'm used to staying in them. One of which being to turn off the alarm when you arrive in case a previous occupant set in. We went to sleep in, and this was one of our main goals for the trip. My daughter, who used to be a great sleeper, did a good job sleeping the first night. The second night, she was screaming like something was really wrong. She pulled herself up, pack and plane, just jumping up and down, red-faced. She was desperate to get out. I couldn't get her to calm down. I know she was a baby and it was a new place, and this was unusual. I held her, took her to bed with us, but she, clung to me all night. Last thing, my husband got me a message a massage, as a Christmas gift. So I walked down to the grotto area, took my daughter to the pool. In the waiting area, there were these, there's pretty serious feeling, no talking, no noise, no phones. It is a nice spa, and the massage was expensive. Not the kind of place where you would pull stunts. The therapist took me to my room when it was my turn. She said a few things and turned on relaxing music. I think it was ocean waves. Told me to get undressed, to lay on my stomach, and she'd be right back. Got undressed, got under the sheet, and was waiting for her to come back, and all of a sudden the music just turned to FM radio. Got really loud and was searching through a bunch of channels. The therapist knocked and came in. She walked right over to the radio and said, "It happened all the time. Ghosts have been messing with this all day." Then got back to work. Business as usual. Wish I took a ghost tour so I knew more. Thought it was hotkey marketing, but this hotel was definitely haunted. Kinda want to go back to see if it really was one more time. A part of me is genuinely freaked out and wants to stay away. Woman on trail in the dead of night. I was about 18 years old when this took place. It was only a couple of years ago. One of my best friends, let's call him Nick, he used to live a couple of towns over. It was the summer right after we graduated, and we used to hang out all the time. So there was a solid month or two where I would go to his neighborhood and we would smoke for a few hours in my car, and his neighborhood was a very quaint suburb area with lots of old people living there. We had a couple of spots that we would sometimes, popular forest trails at the front of the neighborhood, and you can see a lot of people running and walking and biking through there throughout the day. And, one evening we decided that we would smoke on this trail. This wasn't out of the ordinary for us at this point, so we walked maybe a mile and a half into this trail, casually chatted and joked around as friends do. Eventually, we found a bench where we sat down and started smoking, talking about our days and topics of our interest. We saw a middle-aged man briefly jogging by us as we sat on the bench, and that was the only person we saw during our walk through the trail. By the time we finished smoking, the sun was already going down and it was getting dark. So we mentioned going back to the car and keep rolling up and continuing our session. We started walking back the way we came from. Nick and I were just talking or whatever, and can't remember what we were talking about since it was casual. But we'd already gotten into the routine of just shooting the shit all the time. Eventually, we continued walking. It became darker. So dark, I couldn't really see much. I was trying to allow my eyes to adjust to the dark. Got to the point where my eyes were adjusting to it, so the trail had more of a bluish hint to it. Instead of it being, pitch black. Kind of like how horror movies try to portray the night. Although the forest line around us in the distance was still so dark you couldn't really see into it. As Nick and I were making our way through the trail, we got to the point where the trail was straight with a bend at the end of it. It was cutting off our vision from the rest of the path. Couldn't have been any farther than 150, 200 feet away from where the cutoff seemed to be. Nick was on the right side as we were chatting. We were shoulder to shoulder walking at the same pace. As we were walking, a small beam of white light seemed to be cutting through the dark shrouded trees ahead of us. It was slightly to the left off the trail, still in front of us but not off the pathway. In my head, without any concern of the light, I assumed it was moonlight reflecting off the riverbank to the right of us. But as we continued walking toward it, I noticed that the beam of light was moving as well, like I was talking at this moment, and as my eyes began locking onto this figure, my words slowly started to drift away into a dead silence. To my surprise, Nick was also locked on this weird light figure. Our pace slowed down as we quietly watched this figure as emerging from the forest. Had a whitish-gray figure, seemed unfazed by the ground as it was moving in our direction in the distance. Nick eventually broke our silence. "Do you see that?" He knew I was looking at it as well, but neither Nick or I were religious or believe in spirits, and my brain started to try to come up with the most logical answer, and I quickly replied, "I think it's just moonlight." He responds, "I don't think so." Now, the figure was maybe 60 feet away, and we could tell it was a human shape. It had legs, it had shoulders that moved in pace with its stride. Although it didn't seem to be fazed by the pitch-black ground beneath it, it started to get scared. I started to get scared. It looked like a woman in a white dress walking toward us with white legs and arms and a head. No hair I could see. Knowing all too well what this means in horror movies, my mind begins racing for more rational conclusions. Thought to myself, well, maybe it's a man in a white coat walking on the trail. That only left me with the question as to why a man would be walking to the trail this late at night. My heart began pounding as this woman with a white glow started coming closer and closer. I tried hard to make out a face, but it was night and I could only see the distinct white figure of her. She had the glow of the moon. Everything from head to toe was all white. Nick and I at this point halted in our tracks at the same time. We were locking onto this glowing woman who was walking directly into our path. We could tell that if she were to continue walking towards us, she'd have to walk through us. She was dead center on the path, continuously walking closer and closer. At this point, I was so terrified. I was completely suspended in disbelief. Beside the odd occasion of a door shutting at random in my house, I've never seen what seemed to be a spirit so clearly. I could see this was a woman in a dress. Although I was scared out of my mind, an overwhelming sense of tranquility was coming over me, like I had nothing to be afraid of. The woman became so close that she couldn't have been more than 20 feet, maybe 30 feet in front of us at this moment, so close you could guess her height, and she was tall enough to be somewhat eye level with her, so I couldn't see any eyes, though. There was no distinct facial features besides maybe the shape of the nose. I can't begin to express how clear and close the woman got to us. It was like dead in our tracks, just locked onto her, and we sat there silently watching her, getting ready to walk in between us. Without any thought to it, simultaneously Nick and I locked eyes with each other, and a look of horror and confusion in his eyes reassured me that he was seeing the same thing as me. "Dude, what is that?" We quickly shot our eyes back and forth in front of us. She was gone, completely vanished, as if there wasn't at all a glowing white woman walking no farther than 20 feet ahead of us. We began to speed walk in silence. Neither of us wanted to seem scared at first, so much was running through my mind, just trying to comprehend what just happened. Eventually I spoke up and all I said was, "Let's go." We both started running as fast as we could without even looking back. Lost track of how far we were at that point. It was definitely more than half a mile up. But as fast as we ran, it seemed like we were at the end of a trail within seconds. This whole ordeal was probably only around a minute long, but from the sheer horror, it felt like time came to a standstill. We quickly got into the car park near the trail entrance, and I hightailed it back to his house. Nick began saying, "Bro, what just happened?" We both saw that, right? We began confirming with each other that everything we had just witnessed was true. We asked, what did we see? What did we see? How did she show herself to us? What does this mean? My understanding of reality was completely altered. It felt like such a dystopian reality when it occurred, like we stumbled into limbo of some sort. this day, I have no idea what else it could have been. It was so real and the area became so unnatural when this happened. What creeps me out the most and kind of comforts my sanity is that we both saw it. We both saw a woman in a dress glowing white walking towards us with an unfazed, uninterrupted stride. Like it wasn't actually walking on the ground. We didn't even hear footsteps or anything. I suggested that due to there being a lot of old folks who live in the area, that it was the spirit of somebody who lived there, possibly enjoyed the trail in their youth. I've also heard that the area was a popular ground during the Civil War. Nick and I reminisce occasionally about our experience. We've even attempted going back with the intentions of seeing her again. However, when we did, I was overwhelmed with the gut feeling to turn back around before we saw something. Since then, I've been more open to the idea of spirits and still can't really wrap my head around what we saw. We tell the story to our friends and loved ones, but when we do, it doesn't have the same surrealness to it. They usually laugh it off as yet another wild story. Except it was actually a truly reality-warping experience. I wonder if anybody has any similar stories or experiences. Thank you for reading. I'm interested to be here for feedback and your stories as well. See ya. Welcome to Paranormal M, the place where every shadow holds a story. Subscribe and enable notifications so you never miss out on our hauntingly good content. Get ready for a chilling adventure. Girlfriend and I had our dreams hijacked and shared a nightmare. Basically, I had a dream that I was in my room. I was having sex with a girlfriend. She's always reluctant to have anal sex. This is relevant, I'm sorry, and didn't know the story was going to start out like this. So anyway. So she was crawling away. Oh geez. So she was crawling away on all fours, playfully escaping me, trying to have anal sex with her. Suddenly, though, my dream was hijacked. Suddenly, 3 cats appeared in our room. Oh no. A bunch of objects moved on their own. This is when the dream's vividness and lucidity became enhanced, and very raw and unnerving. I pointed to a decoration hanging on the wall. I was like, look, it's moving on its own. My girlfriend was then sitting in a chair next to the bed. She was feeling very uncomfortable. Yeah. That's when the pillow on her bed sort of sunk, like somebody placed their head on it. I yelled, look! And as we stared, the rest of her spot on the bed sunk down. We wanted to leave the bedroom, so we opened the door, and right outside of our bedroom was my aunt for some reason. Then the carpet in front of us depressed like something was standing on it. Then the carpet turned into white linen. It raised up and started engulfing my aunt while she cried for help. I wanted to move forward, but my body was paralyzed, and it felt like my real body was paralyzed for some reason too. But when I was paralyzed, I was shown just a still vision of my living room window with the blinds up. I was looking down at my sunny lawn. Then I snapped back to my aunt being sucked down into the linen, and the linen then falling to the floor in a pile. That was while I could still hear my aunt's muffled cries for help. I ran to her and I yelled, give her back, let her go. I reached for the linen, lots of dust particles blew around me, and then my body went paralyzed again. I was shown the same exact still vision of my sunny yard. This time I really struggled to move so I could save my aunt. Then it felt like I was forced or like shoved out of my dream. It felt like I was being a nuisance, so I was like ejected from it. So I woke up in a jolt. It was jarring. Man, my hands are shaking writing this. That's when I woke up. It was raining and thundering, which was unsettling. Then my girlfriend made a noise in her sleep. Took my attention, so I was listening closely. Then she screamed some gibberish and woke up frantically. I guess that gibberish was actually "go away," but in Hmong. She said her dream took place in the same location. First our bedroom and then our living room. She said that while her dream was going, an entity showed in like an upside down of our living room window. The same one that I kept being forced to look at when I was paralyzed. She said it looked like a female body, but it was totally black. It was like a shadow, but it had large butterfly wings. She said it was sort of beautiful in a way, but it was also terrifying because it had red glowing eyes. After some talking, she said that her dream started out pretty sexual as well. Then later in the day, she told me it was me trying to have anal sex with her. When she said that, my heart sunk because, well, the more details I heard, the more similar our dreams were. The similarities really made us uncomfortable. The dream was extremely vivid. She was very shaken up and thought it was strange. Strange how we both woke up in the same 30 seconds from a similar nightmare regarding evil entities involving the same window in our living room. She often dreams in more of, like, her own family's house rather than our house. She's really groggy this morning because she was afraid to go to sleep last night. It's because she was so scared. So I don't know if this is paranormal, but there's just so many similarities that we felt it wasn't a coincidence. We both have been on edge since it happened. It doesn't help that another storm hit last night, and now we have hail damage in both of our cars. But anyways, that's what we're dealing with at the moment, and we're weirded out. Well, that was an interesting first story. Visiting Grandma in the cemetery. My maternal grandmother died in May of 2017. That was after suffering with heart problems for about a year. My family and I visited her at the hospital when she fainted. She never regained consciousness and was on life support for the final day of her life. I don't know her that well, and I really wasn't that close to her. A few weeks after her death, I dreamt of her. She messaged me in the dream. It was in a language I didn't understand, and words looked like they were upside down or even backwards. I was in a garden. I was receiving her messages through texts and like a very large tablet or phone. This is how we last communicated when she was alive. I only ever spoke to her through the phone. In December of 2017, we visited her at her gravesite. We went in the day and noticed a Christmas tree inside the chapel. My mom immediately wanted to buy an ornament for the tree since you could add the name of the person buried at the cemetery and their birth date. However, we had other things to see and do as my grandmother's buried in a cemetery 3 hours away from our home. We were touring the city she lived in. That was as my mom lived there as a teenager. We went back at night close to 9 p.m. My sister drove us there, and there was pretty much 8 of us in the car. In the day, we met 2 office ladies and spoke to them for a while. It was windy and rainy at night, and I remember feeling incredibly freaked out. I didn't want to be there any longer. Saw my mom and my sister go into the chapel and put the ornament in the tree. After they came out, the door shut behind them. In the car, we're all freaked out, but figured it was the wind. My mom and sister went to say their last goodbyes to my grandmother. As they walked back to the car, I noticed that an office lady was walking with them. She was conversing with them and laughing. She waved her goodbyes and walked away. My mom and sister got in the car, made a comment about the weather, and I asked, "Why was the office lady here?" They turned around to me with shocked looks on their faces and told me, "What office lady?" True story, haunted house. My grandma's around 75 years of age. She lives alone and prefers to be a recluse. The house she's lived in has been the subject of discussion for many moons. Creepy stories, supernatural stuff, and that sort of stuff has always been exchanged during family gatherings. My mother and her siblings had tried to get her out of the house and move in with us many times, but to no avail. She simply likes to be left alone. So at this point, I'm around 15 years old. My father never let me or my siblings stay away for longer than a day. We saw our grandma at least once a month because my dad enjoys long drives. But we always return by nightfall. So my grandma always complains that she never gets time with us because of all the other cousins that are staying with her during the summer. That's mostly because they live nearby, and hence have stories about the house. So, when I turned 15, my dad had an epiphany. He says it'll be good for me and my younger siblings to stay with my grandma for a few days. Now, the stories that we have heard are kind of scary, so my younger sister, who's afraid of the dark, wasn't looking forward to it that much. But I convinced her it was all fake and that if the house was haunted, my grandma would have been able to live in it for that long, and well, she's not completely convinced, but she does agree. On the other hand, I was really looking forward to it. I had all the freedom to call my friends at night and nobody would say anything. When it comes to ghosts, I simply don't believe they existed. I come from a family of strong theists. I believe in a God who would protect me. And that blind belief rendered me sort of oblivious to supernatural demons and whatnot. So my sister and I go to her place. Now there are 3 bedrooms in the whole house. One is where my grandma sleeps, which has 2 beds. One is where my grandpa used to sleep, and one is known to be the most haunted room of all of them, by the way. My grandpa's room had his stuff on the bed, so my choices were to sleep in grandma's room or the haunted room. I picked the haunted one easily. Not because I was brave, but because it was private and I could talk to my friends at night. My sister said that she would sleep with my grandma. The first day was fine. I didn't get much sleep that night. In fact, I slept early in the morning because it was impossible for me to sleep in that room for whatever reason. Now, the thing about that room is the windows are all wooden, so not even a bit of light would get in. Not in the morning, nor at night. The 3rd day, my sister says that she's going to start sleeping with me because my grandma apparently had a creepy habit of walking around the house in the middle of the night. I know, that's a definite red flag. So for the 4th day, which is the day of the main incident, my sister and I are together in bed. It's around 2. I hear the pendulum clock ringing through the house. I know my grandma's up because I hear shuffling outside the room. My sister's asleep behind me. It was pitch dark in the room and I wasn't particularly afraid. I was just randomly thinking about stuff about my teenage drama. I'm facing upwards looking into the dark and one of the hands is hanging out of the bed above my head. Our bed didn't have a headboard but had sort of a wood covering on the top and the bottom. So I'm in my own head, and my train of thought gets broken by something hitting behind my bed, like somebody knocked on it once. I freeze and my mind's erasing, so I think it was me. My hand still hanging back, I must have jerked it unconsciously, so I stay like that, aware of my hand still hanging back. My sister's still sleeping beside me. A few seconds later, again a huge knock, this time a bit more loudly and strongly. Now guys, at this point, I'm officially scared. Slowly pull my hands down and it was pitch dark. Couldn't get a single word out of my mouth to call my sister. Pull my hands down and I touch my sister's hand and I squeeze it. And this is no joke. My sister jerks herself away, doesn't even ask me what's wrong. Starts chanting mantras my dad taught us. Well, I wind up joining her, and a few seconds later, a lighter knock behind the bed. This time, both of us hear it. We hug each other, too scared to do anything, and continue praying. When dawn broke and my grandma was officially awake, we switched on the light and checked the entire room for rats or holes that rats can come into. Nothing. There's nothing behind the bed or beneath it. My grandma was a clean freak. There'll never be a rat in the house anyways. I go back to bed and I just fall asleep. We don't say anything to anyone. We called our parents to bring us back, but they weren't home and my dad told us to buck up. We continued to live in that house in that room for about a month. In fact, we barely got out of the room. I don't even know why. By the end of the month, we got attached to the room in the house. A lot of creepy and scary things followed that week, but Dad did say to buck up, so we bucked up. We went back home after about a month, told my mom about, everything that had happened. It was after I left that room in that house that I realized I felt lighter doing so. My aunts, after hearing her story, screamed at my mom for letting us stay there so long. Apparently, Uncle went crazy in that room. He shut off all the ventilators and made sure no light came in and locked himself in the room for months. My family had to sign him into an asylum. It took years of recovery to get him out of his own head. And after that, we never stayed there alone. But that said, my sister and I stopped being afraid of the house after a whole month. When we go back there, it's sort of a welcoming vibe. It's like we made peace with the contents of the house, whatever it was. But I'll never forget what happened that month. If you want to hear more about what happened, let me know. Abandoned school ghosts. This story happened in my hometown, I think when I was about 8 or 9 years old. My hometown's very small, though there are multiple neighborhoods and occasional abandoned houses left to rot. At that time, I didn't really know much of the town history, but I did know of an old building that was called, our town's name and then school. Like, the old town name school. And that was by my classmates and teachers. But anyways, one day I was walking to school, and since the abandoned building was on my way, I took a glance at it. In one of the windows of the house, I saw a pure white curtain. It was flapping around because of the wind. Behind the curtain were 3 elderly women. They seemed to be having a conversation before looking down from the window at me, making eye contact. I still have a very vivid memory of the look on one of the women's faces. Face of confusion. Quickly broke eye contact and continued walking to school. I don't remember what happened that day except for that strange experience. I don't know what I saw that day, if it really happened and if I'm supposed to see it. For all I know, it could have been a dream, but the only people I've told about this experience were my mom and my friend. My mom said that I saw ghosts, like a past student of the school. But other than that, she just laughed it off. My friend, on the other hand, was creeped out by the story, so also telling me that I probably saw ghosts. And for extra information, there is no reason for people to be entering the building, and there's no accessible entrance that I know of. The area around the building is all covered with weeds, vines, and bushes. All windows and doors are boarded up with wood, and nobody investigates the building's area. My first and only experience. I do Civil War reenacting, and I'm often at original forts to do this. One I did in February of this year was in Texas, and it's at an original Civil War fort. It was occupied by the Buffalo Soldiers. This reenactment took place over an incredibly cold weekend with freezing temperatures and sleet. It was fully immersive. Nothing post-1865 was allowed. We were representing new Confederate recruits tasked with keeping the fort, and the extension and the frontier safe. We did everything as they would have, from drills to food, and this we have guard duty. That takes place from 11 to about 6 p.m. Each man was assigned a 1-hour time span during which he had to watch the horses, make sure that nobody stole them. Spend the rest of the hour awake and aware. We stayed in an original building that had long since fallen down. My watch was at 2, and I quickly checked the horses and hunkered down. About 20 minutes in, I heard some voices in the distance, probably 50 or 100 yards away if I had to guess. But any time I tried to focus on them, they'd disappear. I questioned it, but I largely ignored it. A couple of minutes later, I heard somebody approaching where I was. It was being obvious since the area around the building was stone. We had like hobnails in our shoes. Then I heard them step into the room I was in. It had been established earlier that anybody who would, fall asleep would be punished. People had already faced corporal punishment for infractions, so I quickly turned to what I expected to be my CO. No one was there. Left the room, looked around, but couldn't find anyone. Went back and waited for my hour to be up, and all the while I was hearing these steps and voices. Got my replacement, went to sleep. The next morning I got talking with others. Without me really saying anything, I had somebody ask whether they heard voices during the night. And as we're discussing this, another fellow comes up and tells us, "Did y'all hear anything weird last night?" I had about everybody who was there correlate my experience independently of one another. Everything from voices to footsteps, spurs. This place was pretty isolated. No one else was up, and everybody had, nearly the exact same story. I'm not sure what it was. I've never had a paranormal experience before or since, but it left me rattled. Also, as I mentioned earlier, we were representing Confederate soldiers. The fort had housed Buffalo soldiers, some of which had been murdered while they were there. If any spirit would have a reason to get pissed at us, that would be the one. Yeah, I might agree with you. I was not sleeping alone that night. It was 2010. I was still very young, scared of the dark and unnatural from the early age. Like most people, I was deeply curious of these things. The house we owned at the time was quite big. Only a singular floor, but it had this really long corridor, maybe 15 meters throughout the entire house. The layout of the house was quite peculiar. The kids' room was on one side, with the kitchen and living room being in the middle and my parents' room being on the opposite end. One night as I was drifting off to bed, I felt uneasy going to sleep alone. My parents don't mind me coming into their room to sleep as they know I was, in the dark and just wanted to get some sleep at night. The procedure of sprinting down the hallway was nothing new to me, terrified me to primal levels, but I could feel safe after I was snuggled in my parents' bed. My parents' bed was big and pretty comfortable. It was quite high off the ground too, so it wasn't an uncommon place to go, during hide and seek. The sound of the carpet while crawling under it forever stuck with me just because of how distinctive it is. I laid silently in my parents' bed. I was content, and I was safe. After about 5 minutes of laying in that bed, that sound, it was there. I heard 4 or 5 drags of someone or something quite heavy under there. Then nothing. My siblings were all asleep. There were no pets in the house, just my family and whatever was under that bed. Tucked my head under the blankets, silently sobbed, terrified, waiting for the morning to come. I did actually get some sleep, but I'll never forget what I heard that night. Home invasion or something else? This actually happened 4 years ago. So my dad passed away. It was completely sudden. He seemed healthy. At the time, I was a senior in high school, so I had to take some time off to calm myself and be with my mom. I'm an only child, by the way. 2-ish weeks after the funeral, my mom and I decided to head out and take a walk. If I remember correctly, it was the first time I got out of the house. After the funeral, of course. I was really depressed due to his passing, so around 12 p.m. I decided that I have had enough interaction with the world for the day. Told my mom I'll head home first. She gave me her keys, said she'll go to the bakery and come home after. So I reach her house. I notice that our outdoor light is on. Well, that wouldn't have been weird if it was on when we left, but it wasn't. Not me nor my mom turned it on, and the switch is inside the house, so no one could just turn it on from outside. And I mean, it was 12 p.m. We left at 10 p.m. There's no need for the light to be on. Still, I shrugged it off and opened the door. I had a very weird feeling when I went inside. Can't really explain it, but I just felt anxious about something. Anyway, at first I didn't notice anything weird around her house. That was until I went in my mom's room. And oh my God, was it a mess. The light was on in here as well. Had some books on a chair there, and they were all scattered onto the floor. Some travel bags and suitcases. They were all in the closet. They were all just chilling on the floor in the bathroom. Or rather in the bedroom, front of the bathroom. The closet was closed. The drawers from my mom's dresser were open, and some of the stuff she kept in there, they were scattered on the floor. Some picture in my room as well, cupboards open, books scattered across the floor. Heck, even my mom's pillow was in my room. Some figures I had on my desk were rearranged. I guess they didn't like my decor, and well, that's pretty much it. I went to check the living room and saw that only some cupboards were open and some drawers. I was really surprised that they were actually, because, well, somebody would need lots of strength to open these specific drawers. It was almost always impossible to open them all the way, and they were pretty old and difficult to open. But somebody did just that. So I did what every normal person would do. Stayed there, started to clean up, checked every inch of the house. It's a small house. But nothing, absolutely nothing was missing. My wallet, some cash, my mom, and they were all there. Our laptops were there, my phone was still charging, nothing was missing. Even the door outside was locked when I got home. Checked the attic and nothing. Checked outside, nothing. Nobody could have broken into our house. There were no signs that somebody did. I even checked for any hidden cameras, and I watch a lot of crime shows. The drawers in the living room gave me hell. Still don't get how somebody managed to open them all that way. I managed to clean everything up before my mom arrived, and during this time I was cleaning, I still had that weird feeling. Now, some people have told me that when somebody who's recently passed away, you may still feel their presence around you. Well, my mom and dad, they didn't live together. I lived with each of them separately. And the feeling I had didn't make me feel good or safe or any of that. It just made me extremely anxious. When my mom came home, I explained what had happened and asked if she had left any lights on or gave anyone the keys to her house. She said she didn't, and even today I don't know what happened back then. I even thought that an earthquake had happened and I just didn't realize it. But aside from the bedrooms and those drawers in the living room, the other rooms are perfectly fine. Nothing out of place. But anyway, that's the story. Sorry for the long post, or if it doesn't really belong here, but I really wanted to share this experience that I had. My experiences growing up. When I was about 5 years old, my parents purchased their first house. It was located about an hour from Los Angeles. It's at the edge of Ventura County in California. I would describe the area as a suburban paradise, but it wasn't always paradise living there. There were a few events that stood out to me over the years. I can't say for sure when these happened. Up until about recently, I tried to forget about all this. But I can't. So here it is. The first event I can remember, I remember pretty specifically, it was Christmas Eve. I was at an age that there was still a magical feeling about the holiday, so I would say between 6 and 8. I remember waking up in the middle of the night feeling very excited. I know I couldn't open the presents under the tree yet, so I meant to just go and have a look at what was to come. I remember getting out of bed and looking down the hallway that led to the living room. That was where the tree was. You couldn't really see the tree from the hallway. It was more to the left than you could really see from there. You could see where the dining room table is, and one of those chairs was a dark figure. I remember it was very tall. Couldn't make out any features really. It was oddly human-shaped, but I couldn't make out arms or legs. Just what appeared to be a head and 4, glowing, just red eyes. 4 of them. From years of trying to block this memory, I can't remember if it was 4 on one head or 2 separate heads with 2 eyes on each. But I do remember there being 4 eyes, and they were seemingly all looking directly at me. When I saw this, I just darted back, went directly to my parents' room across the hall and woke them. I explained what I saw quietly as I didn't want the entity to hear me. My parents, half asleep, assured me it was a dream. I knew this wasn't true and that they weren't going to do anything, so I got on the ground and started crawling back to my room. I remember pausing in the hallway and looking back where the figure stood, and there was nothing. It was gone. I didn't dare go investigate further, and I never saw this since. And throughout the years, not much has happened. Sometimes it sounded like somebody called your name, but when you asked everyone else in the house, they'd say they didn't do it. It seemed to happen often, mostly to my mom. Never thought much of it. Well, that was it for about years and years, and well, later I learned that my father also had an experience. He said he woke up the night for a glass of water, started out in the hallway and witnessed a see-through figure. He simply said it was a large figure that could sort of see through, like a mist. He said he shrugged it off as a dream later, but in that moment it freaked him out. Years later, actually 2 years ago, the activity definitely escalated. At the time, I had adopted a new hobby. I'd work at it in the garage late at night. Every time I worked in there, it felt like something was watching me. I was constantly looking over my shoulder. Never actually saw or heard anything, but somehow I never really felt like I was alone in there. The house creaked a lot. It always had, but it seemed to be doing it way more than normal at the time. It only added to my paranoia. Oftentimes I'd see shadows in my peripheral vision, especially looking down the hallway at night. I remember one time I was sitting on the couch in the living room laying down looking at the phone, and I saw a shadow in the shape of a hand reaching toward me through the corner of my eye. When I looked directly at it, it slowly slithered away. It seemed so surreal that I didn't even know what to think or how to react. Kinda just sat there, stunned. I couldn't stop thinking about the possibility of an entity being in the house. It consumed me. As things got worse, one night I was looking down at the trash in the wastebasket in the bathroom. It was moving in kind of an odd fashion. When I noticed this, I went straight to bed to sleep. But breathing was happening right next to me. Shut my eyes tight, did not dare to open them. Felt frozen in fear. This lasted about a full minute. When I opened my eyes and looked, nothing was there. Things seemed to fall all the time with no explanation. I would say a few months of this fear went by without taking any action. One of my friends had mentioned in the past that he'd heard strange noises at night. He then soon became really religious, never spoke of it again. Asked him what happened and he said Jesus made it better. I decided I'd join the church and get help with my problem. I spoke to the pastor about what was going on. He instructed me on blessing the house with anointed oil. He blessed some oil, gave me a prayer, went to work. I was instructed to pray over the house, go over all the windows and doors with the oil while praying. At first, this didn't seem to work. I was told it may take a few times. I would bless the house once a week at first, but things seemingly got worse. I was instructed to say, in the name of Jesus, leave this place. And every time I thought something was going on, well, one time I saw a strange light dancing around in the living room. At first, I was looking for reasonable explanations, like passing cars. No, couldn't be. Too constant. So I said, "Be gone in the name of Jesus," and it stopped. But in that exact moment, I heard a noise like something fell. I shrugged it off. The next day, we found out the fridge's water filtration system broke and was leaking everywhere. Soon after, I heard a scratching noise in the wall. I was overcome with fear, so I said it again. "Be gone in the name of Jesus." And again, it immediately stopped. The next day, we found out the bathroom lights no longer worked as well as the hallway lights. And later after that, I had an electrician test it. They said a line must have been cut for the part. It must have been a rat. Thought that was odd. Then my dreams started to be affected. One night I had a dream that the devil was speaking to me through a hole in the ground in the ruins where my house once stood. He was trying to convince me to stop following Jesus, and oddly enough, my dream was being convinced. Sometimes I'd be awakened to animal noises. It usually sounded like a growling dog. I had a cat in the house, but it never made a sound like that. It sounded close by, like almost as if it was in another room, not outside. My mother told me one night she was half asleep, opened her eyes to see a large dark figure. The next day she asked me if I went into her room. She thought it was me. It wasn't. She said that it looked like it was more faded, and eventually you couldn't see it. Another night I was awoken to a very, very loud screeching. This time it was too loud for me to ignore. Rushed out of bed to investigate, and of course, well, like usual, there was nothing. I woke everybody up and asked if they had heard it, and of course no. But as far as reasonable explanations go for that one, I remember seeing multiple owls in the backyard when I took out the trash earlier that night. And it did sound like an owl screech. It was just unreasonably loud. Last time I remember anything strange is, I was having a haunted house dream. And in the dream there's activity, and once I said it, "Be gone in the name of Jesus," in the dream it ended. I woke up to hear a strange whimpering noise, like a whimpering dog. And again, something I doubt my cat could even do. After that I blessed the house every day for a while, and eventually my fear faded. There was really nothing ever again suggesting there was anything out of the ordinary. Flash forward a few years. Nothing happened. But it looked, I was looking through my Facebook archived messages. There was a bunch of messages I received I never saw somehow. Most interestingly, there was a guy who messaged me claiming that he used to live in that house. I thought that was really odd at first, how could he have known I lived there? Well, I googled my address and my family's name just comes up, so that settles that. So I responded to him in his original message, and he was asking if I noticed anything about the house, or if it was all just his crazy family. This message was sitting in my inbox for years, it seemed. Thought if I responded now, there'd be no way I'd get a response. But I did. He basically confirmed my suspicion. He said his family was the first family in that house. And it was strange and activity even back then. He told me his brother once saw a woman in the closet. Sometimes they'd hear talking with no explanation. And it wasn't just them. Apparently neighbors had stories too. It's a town with Native American history. My only explanation at this point is maybe when they were building they didn't realize something must have been nearby. There's a park nearby too that's rumored to be haunted. Sleep paralysis or just a bad dream? This just happened. I'm wide awake and a bit freaked out. So just to preface this, I'm staying in Vegas at a popular downtown hotel. So basically I don't know if I was dreaming or not. Pretty sure I was, because after this I felt like I woke up. I was laying in bed and it sounded like somebody was using the bathroom, which is to my left and closed. I hear the door close and loud footsteps walking toward the foot of the bed. Then it feels like someone is climbing into the bed onto me. My head starts feeling very strange. I don't know how to describe it, but I got the feeling it was trying to enter me. I don't know, it's like the feeling I got. Whatever it was on top of my chest. I was struggling and couldn't speak fully, and I was trying desperately to wake up my wife. I could still use my right arm, which I could use to nudge her, but she didn't wake. During this, I'm trying to speak, but I can't fully speak. It was like I could mumble a word out here and there, but it was a fight. When I would look where it would be on top of me, there was nothing. There was just blankets. As if they were up and over it, but the entity didn't reveal itself. I'm not sure how this concluded, like I said, but it felt like I woke up. There are details about the room during the event that make me think it was a dream. I think things are different, but I don't know if it was a separate dream or not. Before coming here, I was reading reviews about this hotel and a woman had similar experience. It sounded like she was sure it really happened. But after reading that, I rebooked my room in a different tower. So yeah, I've never in my life had sleep paralysis. And the more I think about it, the more it sounds like sleep paralysis, but this is weird for sure. My wife just woke up saying she had a dream where we were running and something was chasing us, but we couldn't see it. But earlier, said that, I was just laying there. I don't know what to think right now. I'm supposed to be here in 2 more nights and we're considering leaving, but we think we're going to give it another night. Second time's the charm. My brother's room. The family that lived in my childhood home prior to us, they had a boy named Jack. Jack grew up to be a sergeant in the U.S. Army. He fought in the Korean War, where he was KIA. My siblings and I were adopted from Korea. We grew up in this house knowing that a boy who lived here before us had died fighting for our countries. Our main source of information was our elderly neighbor lady, so we really knew it was just, well, that his name was Jack, his last name, and that his plane had supposedly been shot down over Busan. In '99, my little brother was adopted. His name's John, but we all call him Jack. My mom would often insist, like JFK. Though I often thought he was named after Jack in the House, and my parents both denied this to be the case. At some point in the early 2000s, the surviving members of the previous family were in town and stopped by our house. They were curious about how it looked and wanted to reminisce about their childhood memories. They were introducing us to kids and my mother and my brother Jack. They commented that it was sort of neat that there is another Jack in the house, and my parents clarified that his name is technically John. We learned that the previous quote-unquote Jack had also been a John. He and my brother also share a middle name, though with different spellings. Think along the lines of Stephen with a V or Stephen with a PH. Weird coincidence, right? Well, the coincidences don't stop there. My brother's bedroom had also been the late Jack's room. Contrary to what my family's always believed, we had thought that my room had been his, but my Busan-born brother's room was decorated in airplane theme at the time, adding a little cherry on top of the whole bizarre coincidence Sunday. At least if you recall what we were told by the neighbor lady regarding Jack's alleged death. Recently I did some digging. I've come to discover that based upon Jack's division in the Army, he wouldn't have likely been flying planes at all. In fact, his date of death and the time frame suggested by the division's movements places him somewhere around the Busan perimeter, but not perhaps within Busan proper. Even without that perfect level of synchronicity, we're still left with the odd happenstance of my brother sharing the same first and middle names of the bedroom of a man who grew up in the house before us. And for more of this speculative paranormal edition, my brother grew up having night terrors, and by his teenage years, at which point my sister and I had moved out to go to college, he ceased to sleep in his bedroom entirely. He set up shop in the spare bedroom in the basement. Though he's very tight-lipped about anything that he may or may not have occurred or seen in that house, he is terrified of ghosts and the supernatural. He hates to stay at that house alone, and he and my dad both claim that they've heard laughter and conversation coming from the room where the previous family used to listen to the radio. My dad finds this faint chatter comforting, kinda neat. My brother feels essentially the exact opposite. I've not really encountered anything, but I really just want to, something to prompt me to write all this because, well, came home after a few days out and my brother's bedroom light was on. My dad never comes upstairs. When I asked him about it, he actually immediately suggested I'd left it on or somebody had broken in. When I left the house last week, I had to use my phone's flashlight to navigate. That's because I left so early in the morning that it was still dark out. This also isn't the first time I've come home to find his bedroom light on. Trying to tell myself it's maybe just a wiring problem, but I'm not going to pretend I don't have an absolute heart attack when I see it on when I don't know or anybody's been there in days or even weeks. I think I astral traveled and saw suicide. I was in high school when this happened. I've never had another experience like it. It was the most vivid dream I've ever had. Also, the only dream where my perspective was above the scene, so to speak, rather than inside of it. I was in a house and it was very dark. I don't have a body, but it didn't seem odd to me at the time. I didn't recognize the house, and I'd never been there before. I was in the living room looking around. Wooden floors, red drapes, fireplace, doorway to the left, all the lights were off, and I could still see inside from street lamps outside. I noticed there was a body of an old man hanging from the ceiling. He was hanging from a cord. He was clearly deceased. I'd never seen this man before. I was staring at him and didn't notice anybody enter the room. A grown man screamed, "Dad!" And it startled me so much that I snapped awake. It felt so real. It was like the scream was right next to me. My ears were still ringing from the noise. Walked around the house to see if anybody was awake. Maybe the noise was my family or a TV or something. But only my mom was awake. It was really late, like maybe 3 or 4 in the morning. She groggily looked at me and asked what I was doing. I asked if she heard a noise. She said no, looking confused, and just tried to brush it off, but I had a really bad feeling about my grandfather. I decided I would call my dad the next day, just to be sure. Came home from school and called him first thing. Said he was fine and asked about my grandfather. He said my grandfather was fine too, and I sighed in relief. He said it was funny I asked because my grandfather's friend had committed suicide that night. Was found by his son in the living room. I was speechless. I didn't say anything about my dream because my dad's very judgy and quite skeptical. The whole dream aside, I thought it was so strange because I'm not close with his side of the family at all. I'd never met that man before. Don't know why I would have traveled there. Childhood Hatman. When I was a kid growing up in rural South Carolina, I lived in a very broken home. My grandfather raised me until I was old enough to start school. Then I went to live with my parents and brother, who were about a year older. My dad was a truck driver. My mom worked at a local truck stop. My parents were very abusive to each other, and my brother and my mom was extra mean towards me. Anyways, there was this figure that stayed around the house that in the past year I've learned is the entity described as the Hatman. The Hatman would make itself seen during all hours of the day and night, both in the home and around the property. Anyone who spent any time around the home or had seen it, they've probably seen him. One night when my mother and her coworker friend got off from work, they decided to grab some food and hang out at the house, middle of the night. Mom's friend had her boyfriend tag along with them. The boyfriend saw the entity in the house and it scared him so bad he ran out and refused to enter the house again. And at one point my parents had a preacher come pray over the property, even though they weren't really religious people. But nothing changed. The strange thing is that I never was really afraid of the entity. I actually found comfort in knowing it was around and would get slightly excited when I would see it. My home life was really bad at the time. My parents beat each other routinely, and that's when they get along. They'd be pretty violent, my brother and I. Looking back, I wonder if things being so terrible was the reason I wasn't afraid. Figured it couldn't be much worse than my reality. We continued to see this entity. A few things happened, and they happened quickly, so I'm not really sure what the break was. We moved into another home across town. About the time we got moved in, my father got a DUI, resulting in him losing his truck driver's license and needing to change his life in a hurry to keep from losing everything. Right after he got his DUI, within 2 weeks, me and my mother went to church and changed their lives forever. Never went back to that old lifestyle. Dad eventually became a preacher years later. Never saw the entity again after the move. Door moved and freaked me out. So just thought I'd share what happened over the weekend. Saturday night I was watching my son. He's nonverbal and autistic. He has severe OCD related to his autism. He's 8 years old and very much a challenge every day. His mother had to work inventory at her job, which left her working that night, which isn't uncommon. Anyways, I'm laying in bed with my son huddled up close beside me. He's in the dark with a lot of things going on in my mind. Most prominently in my thoughts are memories of my grandfather, who I lived with as a child, raised me until I started school. After I started school, I went to live with my parents. I'd still stay with my grandpa every weekend. My grandfather passed away when I was 19. He was in a workplace accident at the age of 76. My grandfather used to tell me, "One day I'm going to tell you how you saved my life." And I'd just laugh it off as the idea of me saving his life wasn't being plausible. He was a mountain of a man. He served in the U.S. Navy in World War II as an underwater demolitions team member. He had stories that had Hollywood movies are made of him. And this time, well, he was a rough and tumble guy. After he got out of the military and even served time in prison for safecracking back in the 50s. He didn't settle down really until I was born. 7 days after my birth, I went to live with him. He raised me in a home in the woods at the end of a mile-long dirt road. He was my hero. To think I'd ever saved his life was beyond comprehension. Fast forward to current times. Me raising my mentally disabled son, I struggle a lot. A lot of the time when I'm struggling with my son, I reflect on my grandfather raising me. I wasn't mentally disabled, but I was a challenge looking back. Some days I got beaten down and got pretty downtrodden and just wanted to check out for good. The only thing that's kept me around on some of the hardest days is knowing my son will need me in the future. As I laid in bed thinking about all of this, my son got up and went to turn the hallway light on. He doesn't really like to sleep in absolute darkness. He got back in bed and huddled up close beside me. That's when I thought, maybe that's it. Maybe that's how I saved my grandfather's life, that he never really got to explain to me. Maybe he too at one point was at the end of his rope, and it was me that gave him the will to hang around. At that point, the closet to the bedroom door closed as if it was pushed shut by somebody. Freaked the hell out. I was waiting on the weight of all in my mind, and that's when this happened. I jumped up and searched for everything that could have caused it. It wasn't a soft closure. It was as if somebody pushed the door closed. Not slammed or angrily closed, but steadily and purposefully. Anyways, it took me about 30 minutes to chill out, including the crying. Not sure if he was sending a sign from beyond the grave or what. Definitely freaked me out. Why not? Makes sense to me. The time I almost died. I'm a fairly accident-prone person. So bad that I've broken toes so often that I can tell from the pain if it's broken or not. I'm so bad that on a football field of pavement in a parkway, there was a patch of ice that was no bigger than a softball. I somehow managed to slip on that, sprain my ankle. So this story about what happened to me was a true event. It shouldn't surprise anybody really about my almost death. It's actually kind of funny now. But it was so unfunny then, and in Canada, there's a popular tourist spot that's on the border of Canada and the US. It's called Niagara Falls. It's got beautiful waterfalls, plenty of gift shops, and hotels and motels and other activities. One summer, my mom and I went to stay there for the weekend as a vacation. Now, we were pretty poor. This was the first time we could afford a cheap hotel, gas and food, and some touristy stuff, all while being able to afford bills and food. So my mom looks up the cheapest hotels and resorts, restaurants, etc. We planned around that. She found a 2-bed hotel with a small bathroom and a mini fridge for about $100 a night. So she took it. When we got there, the clerk was nice, and when my mom and I were walking to her room, I saw 2 pools. An outdoor pool with around 10 dirty, originally white plastic lounge chairs and tables with faded umbrellas around them, and, well, the water was filthy. So I immediately decided that, well, I was against that. After my mom and I settled into the room, I told my mom I wanted to get into the pool. Well, that was in a separate building, with one set of white doors and the walls all windows, about 15 fabric lounge chairs, and the water was clean, but nobody else was there. There's no lifeguards, no other guests, no one. So I changed into my swimsuit and jogged over to it. Then I put my towel and cover clothes and got into the pool. At 12 years old, I was about 5 feet tall, so I could touch the bottom of most pools. Most pools are very, strict, I guess. They usually go on a very slow slope from the shallow to the deep end, just so you know where you're going. However, this pool did not. This pool dropped immediately to the deep end with no slope or warning. Well, my dear friendly reader, now might be a good time to tell you that even today, at almost 21 years of age, I can't swim. I'd like to float around, relax, hang out in pools, and as a kid, I'd like to see how far I could go without going to the deep. I was doing this and I found out that there was a drop. I took a huge gasp of surprise, which filled my lungs with water. I flailed around, trying my best to get to the ledge, still breathing in the water. I screamed for somebody to come and save me. Anyone. I remember seeing a young man who I guess was 20 at max across the building from the open door. Saw him look in my direction and walked off. It was at this moment I had resigned myself to dying in that pool. I was sad that my mom would most likely be the one to find me. I was scared about what impact it would have on her. I was worried about what dying would feel like. I was getting tired from the struggle. That's when I felt 2 large hands on my back and butt pushing me to the ledge. Pulled myself out weakly and my hands helping me out. My hands rubbed and just pained my back as I coughed up water and tried to get my breath. I looked back to thank whoever was helping me, but there was no one. The hands were only really visible from the effect that they had on me, my coughing and the indentation of them. I laid there for a minute and whispered a thank you to whoever or whatever saved me that day. Got up, grabbed my stuff, and weakly wobbled over to our hotel room. It's been 8 years since that day. Still don't know how to swim. I've definitely learned a few things from that experience. First of all, if a place where you can get hurt looks suspicious, get the hell out of there. Second, there's a difference between cheap and inexpensive hotels. People die in cheap hotels. They're not wrong. Odd experience with scent. My grandmother passed back in September. She was a great lady and, saying that she helped raise me, that's an understatement. When she passed, I inherited her favorite sewing machine. She was a tailor and a seamstress her whole life. It was one of her favorite possessions. It needed some TLC, but it was still very cool, and it was a 1930s model Singer. It was a beautiful cabinet. I ended up putting it in my living room and put it next to a small urn that was containing some of her ashes. I've had many friends talk about seeing or being visited by dead relatives in dreams and whatnot, but if they were particularly close in life especially. I don't generally believe in that, but was secretly hoping I'd hear something from her after she passed. Never happened, so I kind of forgot about it and moved on. So 3 or 4 weeks ago, my significant other and I were just talking in a cleaning living room. The conversation was pretty standard. Thought we were trying to decide on takeout or dinner. I walked over to dust the sewing machine and was hit with what I can only describe as a wall of scent. It was overpowering and extreme. It's like exactly how I remembered my grandmother and her house smelling my entire life. It only lasted a few seconds. It stopped me cold. So strong it was like she was standing right next to me. The sewing machine in her house, was there pretty much her whole life. But it's been in mine since September. I've been cleaning it regularly. It doesn't smell like her house anymore. I haven't smelled that scent again since. Not sure what caused it, but I'd like to think that it was her telling me that she was at peace or just saying hi. Either way, it may sound odd, but I miss the way that her house smelled. I'm grateful I got to experience it one more time. I know what you mean. The house on 16th Street. This house was the house that my mom grew up in. The woman who raised her owned it. She ended up renting it from her when she was 8. When I was 8. I was gonna say. We lived there until just before my 10th birthday. Anyway, this is a story, so let's get to it. First thing happened days after we moved in. We had a beautiful Persian cat that was given to us from a friend. This cat's name was Kiki. Kiki. He was an extremely obedient cat. He didn't like being on the furniture and absolutely hated being outside. We had him at the house for about 3 days before we never saw him again. We searched the house top to bottom. We looked in every single room, cabinet, and under every piece of furniture. We looked outside in bushes and trees. We scanned the alley behind the house and kept an eye on the road in front of the house for this boy. Well, he was just gone. There could be logical explanations, but about a week after living in that house, I started hearing things when I lied in bed. My brother and I had rooms on the second floor. That was while my mother and her boyfriend were on the first floor. Every night as I tried to fall asleep, I could hear somebody walking up the stairs. Sometimes it sounded like running, sometimes it sounded like two people coming up them. I would also hear the floorboards of the hallways creak as if somebody were pacing across them. I always left my bedroom door open at night because I was too afraid to close it. I could see the hallway from my bed, and I would hear these footsteps, but never see anybody come into the hallway from the stairs. There was just never anybody there. The school that I went to was across the street from the house. So when I was in 2nd grade, I came home and noticed that I didn't see my mom's car in the driveway. Obviously, that meant that she wasn't home. I walked into the house and called for her a few times anyways, and, well, there was nothing. As I made my way through the house, I started to hear her voice. It sounded like she was having a phone conversation. It was coming from the basement. I called for her once more before making my way to the basement. The moment I placed my foot on the top stair, the talking stopped. I was scared, but I still went down to see if she was there, but she wasn't. There was no one in the house. I was the only one there. Ran up those stairs as fast as I could, straight out the front door. Waited on the front lawn for my mom to get home. She showed up about 15 minutes later and asked why I was sitting on the lawn with my jacket and backpack still on. I gave her some kind of an excuse. I didn't tell her what had happened because I didn't think she'd really believe me. I never left alone, well, never felt alone, rather, in any part of that house. But the basement felt 10 times worse. It was a large basement and with 2 large rooms, but the first was paneled and carpeted. Had a very small closet-like room in it that was lined with shelves. The woman who raised my mom used to pickle beets and other vegetables and stored them in that room. The second room was the laundry room. It was large, just cement and rock. In the finished room, we had a TV and a futon, and my mom's boyfriend, weights and workout equipment, as well as his guitar collection all down there. The second summer that we were there, he bought a new guitar at a yard sale. He was hella geeked out about it and brought it to the basement as soon as he got home. Set it on a stand in the center of the room, went upstairs, called a friend. About 15 minutes later, we smelled the smoke. We noticed it come from the basement. They ran down there, and his new guitar was on fire. It was burning from the headstock and the top of the neck. Put the fire out and looked for a source, but there wasn't one. The guitar wasn't plugged in into any amp, and there was no walls or outlets, and it was in the center. We assessed the damage, and the guitar was ruined. The fire burned so hot that it burned through every cord, and the headstock was nearly charred. The last thing that happened in that house was the absolute worst. It was the same summer as the guitar fire. My cousin came over to spend the night. She never really slept over before, so we were super excited. It was when I went to bed that all hell broke loose. I had 2 single beds in my room in case I ever had somebody over, and, well, this was the first and last time. I was already asleep in my bed when I woke up with the most blood-curdling scream I've ever heard in my life. I sat up and looked over at her, and she was crying and screaming, "Oh my God, did you see it? Did you see it? What was that? Oh my God." I was sleeping, so I didn't see anything. All I could say was, "What?" My mom and the boyfriend came running up the stairs into my room and asked what was going on. My cousin was fucking hysterical. She was so scared that she couldn't even move. My mom's boyfriend had to carry her downstairs the whole time. I could just hear her crying and saying, "What was that? Did you see it?" I was stunned. I was in complete terror. I just sat in my bed too afraid to move. After about an hour, my mom came up and just told me what my cousin was doing, that she was going home. I asked my mom what happened. She told me that everything was okay, not to worry about it. About a week later, I asked my mom. I asked her again. She told me something and it chilled me to my bone. She told me that my cousin told her that she heard somebody coming up the stairs. When they reached the top, it was just a big black thing, like a cloud almost. That when it got into the center of the hallway, it grew, filled the hallway and blocked out the light. Just looked at my mom, and I was so scared that I didn't have any words. She asked me if I'd ever seen anything like that in the house. I never saw, but I did tell her about the footsteps. To this day, I've never spoke to my cousin about it. She's never brought it up, and I'm too afraid to ask her about it. We moved out that autumn. Years later, I brought it all up to my mom, told her everything that I experienced living there. I was nervous, but I just wanted to tell someone. She surprised me by telling me that she experienced the same things, and some even worse when she lived there as a kid. She told me that she once rolled a ball into a small, with a jarred pickled shit in it. She said that the ball stopped in the center of the room, that all the jars shattered and they sat on shelves. She also told me that the neighbors would often call the police and tell them that my uncle, who was a child at the time, was on the roof of it running around in his underwear. That's what they wrote. When the police got there was never anybody on the roof, and sometimes this would happen when no one was even home. She said that this was a pretty constant thing. All I know is whatever lives in that house never felt like a human spirit, didn't feel like an animal, didn't feel natural, felt menacing. The White House. No, not that White House. This is the White House I lived in when I was a teenager. My family, we refer to it as the White House because that's what it was, a big split-level White House with a big porch. We lived in a very small town at the time. We lived on the outskirts of a town, a tiny cabin in the woods. Our rides into towns or groceries or to go to school, we'd pass a house on Main Street. It was different from all the other houses. It was different in that it was set way back on its plot so far from the yards, bigger than all the other houses. It was also different in that it was fairly big compared to the neighboring houses. It had a long driveway with an old carriage barn at the end of it. No one lived there, though. For some reason, I always got an ominous feeling from that house as we rode by it. The summer that I was 12, my mom came home one day and told me that we were moving. She had already found a place, and it was in town. The next day, she asked me if I wanted to ride into town with her, and she'd show me the house that she had lined up. I was excited to see where we'd be living, since we'd been living in the country since we moved into that town. When she pulled into the long driveway of her new place, the only thing I said to her was, "I don't like this house." It was the ominous house. She was understandably irritated with this and replied to me, "Well, too bad." A week later, we packed up and moved in. Despite my bad feeling about the house, it was pretty nice inside. We moved into the bottom unit. There's a unit above us that was empty. There were 3 bedrooms, and they all had their own full bathrooms. There was also a functional wood-burning fireplace. Thought that was hella cool. Chose the bedroom off the kitchen. It was at the back of the house. Had a built-in counter and cabinets. As we moved in, I started noticing little things about the house. There were floodlights in the living room, and all the kitchen cabinets had numbers on the inside of the doors. We found a piece of paper taped to the edge of one of these shelves. It had Richard Snyder's meds written on it. That's when my mom told me that the house was used as an old county mental health facility at one point. Didn't think too much of it. It was pretty chill for about a month until we started hearing things upstairs. It sounded like somebody dragging something across the floor up there. We'd hear footsteps and somebody walking up the stairs to the unit. At one point, my mom even went to check if the door on the stairs was locked to make sure nobody broke in and was squatting up there. But it was locked. She called the landlord and asked him. For the rest of that summer, my stepsister stayed with us. Spent a lot of time outside exploring the new space. We weren't really interested in the carriage barn. But sometimes we were. We weren't really supposed to play there because, well, it was a garage for the upstairs unit. We had our own attached garage. But since nobody lived up there and the carriage barn was unlocked, my mom said that we could go in there, but be careful not to fuck with anything. There was a ladder that went up the upper part of the barn. It's a very old-looking ladder and we didn't really trust it, so we didn't really look up there. There was also a cute little windowed room in there. It had built-in shelves and a table in the center of the floor. There was also an old piano in this room, and for some reason we went into that room and started to, pretend that we were ghost hunters. We were asking who was there and who we were and why they were there. We even left questions on a pad of paper and left in there with a pen. Nothing happened with that, though. Mind you, the only thing that we knew about this property was that it was an old county mental health place. It wasn't really frightening to us. It just felt like that carriage barn had more to it. Well, nothing significant happened in the house until autumn of that first year. I had my best friend at the time after school, and well, we were in my room shooting the shit, and we both saw a man in the yellow coat standing at the stove. He was there long enough for us to notice him, but gone before we could see him clearly. That was the only time I ever saw something in that house. The other times were things like the TV going off and on, like changing channels. Well, this one time, my sister was very young at the time. She was 2 years old and she pointed at my mom's closet and told me, "Guy, go in there." And the strangest thing that happened in that house happened to me. I was 14 at the time. This is going to sound like sleep paralysis, but I'm not really completely sure what it was. I was around 12. My body started to feel like there was static coursing through it. I felt someone sit at the edge of my bed, but I couldn't see them. All I could hear was static and whispers and a car engine starting up. The car sounded like it was coming from the direction of the carriage barn. I also felt inexplicably sad to the core. I tried to scream, but no sound came out of my mouth. I was trying hard to scream, but my throat hurt. I tried to move, but every movement that I made was like a stop motion. I couldn't stand up no matter how hard I tried to crawl. I crawled off the bed and toward my bedroom door, and I finally made it to the threshold of my doorway and the sun was up. The feeling in my body faded and I slowly stood up. It really wasn't until after we moved out that my mom told me that she learned about the house. There was a man who lived in there long before the mental health place. His name was Kenny Whitney. He lived there and he gave piano lessons. He was also a gay man. When he came out to his family, they disowned him. He drove his car into the carriage barn, started it up, and breathed in fumes. Killed himself. I think that's what happened to me when Kenny was trying to tell me that, well, he was trying to tell me what happened. When I go back to that town, I feel drawn to that house. I catch myself staring at it when I pass it. I dream about it pretty often. I often find myself wishing I could live in it again. Well, I often find myself hoping I'll see you guys tomorrow. See ya.